Well, that is the end of Daryl Morey. He has been parted ways. Why can't anybody just get fired? You're gone. You're parted. You're out of here. No one is fired anymore. But Daryl Morey got fired. He's out, and the Sixers must pick up the pieces and move on. What's up, everybody? Sports Bash is live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, Facebook, at Mike Gill Show, Twitter X, live from the Ocean Casino Resort Studios. So it happened right after we got off the air pretty much last night. A little bit later, the email that was sent to me from the Philadelphia 76ers was titled as Philadelphia 76ers and Daryl Morey Part Ways. Managing partner Josh Harris announced that Daryl Morey will depart the organization. Morey joined the Sixers November 2nd, 2020. The team had a 270 and 212 record in the regular season during his tenure. Bob Myers, president for sports of Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment, will lead the process of identifying a new leader and will oversee the department in the interim. So he is essentially the president of basketball operations. Quote, I have tremendous amount of respect for Daryl. Personally and professionally, I'm grateful for his contributions over the last 6 seasons. Harris said, after speaking with Daryl, we determined that it was best for a fresh start. Bob Myers will lead the process of identifying a new leader, and I believe his experience in constructing 4 NBA championship teams will be a valuable resource in our organization. To our fans, your frustration and disappointment are understandable and warranted. We have fallen well short of our own expectations and have failed to deliver in the way this city deserves. That bothers me deeply, and I have confidence in Bob to establish a path forward for our franchise. Bob Myers says, quote, I know how much the 76ers mean to the city of Philadelphia, and it's important we find the right leader to shape the future of this team. The process will start immediately. Poor choice of words, Bob. And we will begin thorough and deliberate in our evaluations. I believe this is the destination for top talent across the league, and I look forward to solidifying our infrastructure moving forward. Furthermore, Harris and Myers will talk tomorrow at 4 o'clock. You'll be able to hear that on 97.3 ESPN. And we have plenty more on that right now. So, thoughts from you guys out there, 609-403-0973. Listen, I know we have an audience that generally seems to be negative towards Daryl Morey. And again, I will stress, I will not tell you that you're right or wrong. Sometimes we see things differently. Does it mean I'm right? Does it mean you're wrong? We just don't agree sometimes. I think Morey here is somewhat of a fall guy. I don't think he did an awful job. I don't think he did a bad job. I think he did a good job, not a great job. Does doing a good job and not a great job get you fired? Evidently. Do you deserve to be fired? Well, that's where we can have a discussion. You know, years ago, I used to fight with people. Real hand-to-hand combat. People didn't like Howie Roseman. They thought he was the smartest guy in the room. He always tried to outthink the room. And I always liked Roseman. I always thought Roseman was willing to take chances. He went outside the box. He didn't always connect with his swings, but he took chances. And sometimes it led him down a path where he failed miserably. And I felt in the time that Chip Kelly came and basically got rid of Roseman that we would not see Roseman again. But the organization kept him around for a reason. They saw something in him. And then they put him back in that role. And since that time, there are people that have probably listened to the shows back when I defended Roseman and hated Roseman, and now have been the people that had it say, you know what, I was wrong about Roseman. I feel Morey is kind of in the Roseman category without the Super Bowl, obviously. But Roseman didn't get the Super Bowl until he learned. The question I have about Morey is, did he do a bad job? No, he didn't do a bad job. He came into a situation that was pretty much untenable. I got the worst contracts in the league. I got to figure out how to get out of these contracts. So you get hired, and your first part on the checklist is, how the hell do I get out of this Al Horford deal? How the hell do I get out of this Richardson deal? It's not, hey, I've got to go win an NBA championship because I'm right there. No, it's I got to figure out how to get out of these contracts. That ends up happening. He gets out of the contracts, and then the next point of action is, okay, now what? They end up drafting Tyrese Maxey. That was in his first season, and you kind of go from there. Is every move he made along the way the right move? I would say this. He made a lot of decisions that kind of go under the radar because they're not high-profile moves that were really astute in terms of getting under the cap, restructuring their cap, and getting them back into some financial stability, which allowed them to be a player in free agency a couple of years ago. The problem is the year that they became a team that could buy in free agency, there wasn't much to buy. It's like somebody said, hey, here is a $500,000 shopping spree, but you got to go to the dollar store. And it's like, I got $500,000. I can only spend it at the dollar store? That's not really something I'm really all that excited about. But are you going to take the $500,000 and just throw it in the trash? Of course not. You'll go there and pick out $500,000 worth of stuff that you really don't think you need. But because you got a free $500,000, you got to do it anyway. And the year that they had the cap space, Paul George was the guy. So that's who they got. It doesn't mean it was exciting. It was really the only guy that was there. And then the Embiid thing. I talked about this the other day. They didn't have to extend Embiid when they did. But to get Paul George to agree to come here, they had to get the confirmation that Joel Embiid was going to be here with him. So they essentially signed him way before they needed to. They didn't have to sign Embiid when they did, but at the time, he's 29, 28 years old. He's the MVP. Then he's playing at an MVP level. He was probably better the next year than he was the year that he won the MVP, correct? So they give him the extension. They didn't have to. Kind of like when the Phillies gave Ryan Howard that extension. They didn't have to, but they did it to kind of get out in front of it because if Embiid was the MVP again, God forbid, right? Then they would really have to pay him because they knew the cap was going up. So it was like, we'll sign him now to get out ahead of the cap. That doesn't mean these are good decisions, but that's kind of the thought process here. But other than the Embiid and George, and listen, those are the two moves that everybody will point to. And then, of course, Jared McCain, and there's so many variables on the McCain trade. I mean, some people don't even know who Jared McCain was when they traded him, so don't act like he screwed that up. He was a non-factor on this team that they ended up trading because the coach wasn't really utilizing him in any way, shape, or form. But it's certainly a kind of a dark spot on his resume. But when you look at a lot of the things that Morey did, he did a good job here. He didn't do a great job. And sadly, because of the fatigue that people have with the Sixers and all of the screw-ups and the mistakes, unless you do an elite job, you suck here. Which isn't fair, but that's just the way it is. If you're not elite and win a Super Bowl or an NBA championship or a World Series or a Stanley Cup, well, unless you played for the Flyers and you were a popular player, well, then you don't get criticized all that much. That being said, you stink at your job. And I think a lot of this was, I used to talk about it all the time. Howie Roseman was not very popular. People hated him. They wanted him fired. And quite frankly, it didn't have a lot to do with Howie Roseman and the mistakes and this and that. I think it's because his name was Howie Roseman and people just said, I don't think you know what you're talking about. Like if his name was Joe Douglas, you probably didn't hate him as much. But, Howie Roseman, he just seems kind of like geeky, and you're like, he doesn't know anything about football. You stink. I want you out. Daryl Morey has that kind of pompous arrogance about him, that he knows more than you. And therefore, you don't want to give him a chance. Therefore, if he's good, he's not actually good. He stinks because you don't like him. And that's the way we judge a lot of things in sports. If I deem that you're not good enough, then good isn't good enough. And I'm not saying good should be good enough. He should be great. He needs to be elite. But I don't think he was the reason the Sixers are in the shape they're in right now. Like if you were to say, point to me the one reason why the Sixers have come up short, is Daryl Morey the reason? Probably not. Is Nick Nurse the reason? No, of course not. Was Doc Rivers the reason? No. Was Brett Brown the reason? No. But they've all lost their jobs. They all did good jobs. They didn't do great jobs. And I think Daryl Morey, his reputation was that he was great. He was elite. He was going to change the team. And sadly, he didn't. He made a good team good. He didn't make a good team elite. And therefore, he's out. But the question is the person in that job, whoever it is, Daryl Morey, the next guy, if it's Bob Myers, Elton Brand, whoever they bring in, will ownership allow them to do the job they need to do to make this thing go where it needs to go? Daryl Morey's a smart guy. He'll probably get a job someplace else. Maybe he doesn't want to be in the NBA anymore. He could be like a Sam Hinkie where he says, you know what? I did all I needed to do here. I'm done. I'll go do something else. According to sources, Morey was disappointed, but he understood. And I could see Morey saying, hey, guys, listen, I don't want to be a pain in your ass anymore. I'm out of here. Like, I can understand Morey just saying, I don't need this. Did he do a good job? Sure. But that is not the prerequisite here. Here, if you don't do a great job or an elite job, you stink. And I think Morey kind of got trapped into you did a good job, but good isn't good enough, so now you stink. And now he's gone. And now what's next? I don't know. Bob Myers is here. Many people, when they hired him, figured Bob Myers would somehow be a part of all this. And now he is. And he will pick the next guy to put the Sixers together. Quite frankly, I could see a situation where Bob Myers just kind of stays overseeing and Elton Brand kind of runs everything. And Myers will be kind of the president of basketball operations, but like a traditional basketball operator where he's not the GM, he's just kind of the GM's boss. And they don't hire someone above, and that saves them some money too. So there's so much we can dive into. Paul Hudrick at 3 o'clock today. McGarry's going to join us. People hate this guy, and I get it. He's not the guy that everybody can relate to. Morey is not a relatable guy. That's for sure. He is an oddball.
I hear what you're saying, but I do want to push back on one specific point. I don't think the only reason why people didn't like Morey was because of the aloofness, the disconnect. I think there's another layer to it that I think needs to be added in, at least when I talk to people about it, which is Morey came to the organization with a lot of hype. There was a lot of expectation placed on his arrival. That the idea is that, you went from the abomination that was the Colangelos to the who's part of the organization, we don't know situation. And Morey was supposed to come in here and be this stabilizing force. And at first, he actually did some massive things that got people excited. He got rid of the Al Horford contract that nobody wanted. He found this guy in Tyrese Maxey that people got excited about. So things started out as, wow, Morey came here with this hype, and now he's doing things. Then it went sideways because then the perception, whether perception becomes reality, right, Mike? The idea is here we go. He's just signing his guys. Here's PJ Tucker. They traded for Harden. He started doing things that people perceived as he was just trying to get the Houston band back together.
Well, I will say, he gets the team. He trades the Horford deal. He gets out of the Richardson deal. He starts to, get out of some deals. He starts to now trend upwards of, now I can start to do what I want to do. Then the Simmons thing comes out of right field. That is an obstacle that I don't think he didn't have on his blueprint.
Nobody saw that.
How can I now have to trade the guy that we need to build around?
No one saw that mess happen.
No, and then people thought that he played it wrong by holding on to him, and sure enough, he played it right and got James Harden, and people were like, holy mackerel, they got James Harden out of this deal. So he ends up holding on to Simmons, calling his bluff, and parlaying that into James Harden. I think most people were like, how the hell did this guy get James Harden out of that deal? So at the time, I think people were loving the deal that he makes. The problem becomes he then has a run-in with Harden that ended up into a disaster situation because the thought was we'll have Harden for the foreseeable future with Embiid, and that went well at times. And then Harden turned into Harden in the playoffs, and then people soured on him. And then when people soured on him, Harden said, I'm getting out of here too. So then you have to parlay that into something. But quite frankly, the trade he made to get Harden out of here is a pretty damn good trade. The problem is it doesn't help them now.
Right. I think that goes back to what I was originally saying, which is when he came here, it was with a level of expectation and hype. And his first couple moves 6 years ago, and you can even include some of the other moves he made for the year or two after 2020, it looked like he was going to fulfill on what you thought. Yes, they didn't foresee Ben Simmons coming, but I don't think it'd be overlooked, Mike, that some of the issues that people have with this guy is the fact that there was a sale of him, and he was never fully able to deliver on what was sold of him.
Yeah, I think once the Harden thing happens, and now you have to make another trade, that trade now is we're still 2 years down the road before that trade actually kicks in for you. So he got future assets for Harden, and now he's got picks where he's like, look, Maxey will be in his prime, Edgecombe will be in his prime. He didn't know he had Edgecombe at the time. I'm not suggesting that he did. But, my younger players are going to be, and then I'll be able to get those first-round picks to so then, kind of like Oklahoma City, I've got players and I have picks down the road so that I can constantly keep churning this where the luxury tax won't be a problem for me because I'll have manageable contracts that I can, Oklahoma City's problem, essentially would be, well, at some point you got to pay all these guys. Well, they got 13 first-round picks over the next 6 years. I can let some of these guys go and hope to replenish. And that's where Morey, I think, he's not going to be able to, he won't be here for those picks now, obviously.
But back to your other point, which is about you traded Harden for something that's has not paid off yet. Well, it's the same conversation we have about the A.J. Brown stuff. How many times have you brought up the point, Mike, that, hey, you could trade A.J. Brown for future picks, but it doesn't help the team now?
Yeah, but, that's the Harden thing was really a bad situation where he wanted to be traded and they only wanted to be traded to one place. Similar to A.J. Brown. You're kind of hamstrung there, but at that point, the Harden thing came out of right field where it's like, I want to be traded and I only want to be traded there. So it's like they know that he wants to be traded and he only wants to be traded there. Brown similar, by the way. So you're kind of hamstrung by that. So he says, fine, I'll take the picks, but it doesn't have to be, well, keep in mind, the Clippers didn't have a lot of picks because they gave them all to Oklahoma City. So, that's how that possibly could have worked out as well. They didn't really have the assets to give you. So I think, to me, the Simmons trade he makes, he wins that deal. Then he wins the Harden deal but now you could say, well, why did these two things happen? Was he the cause of Simmons wanting to go? Not necessarily. I thought that was more of the Doc Rivers.
That was more Ben Simmons than anything else.
Yeah, and Ben Simmons just kind of faded away. The Harden and Morey relationship somehow just deteriorated. He called him a liar. Who knows?
I would always go back to, we don't actually know what really happened.
No.
That.
But
we won't know until
these
the
things
30
are
for 30
happening,
documentary comes
people
out.
are kind of blaming Morey for those relationships deteriorating, and we don't know that that's accurate.
But if he is, okay, that brings us to the present day. You have brought up before about the Jared McCain trade. Daryl Morey viewed it as hey, I'm trying to sell this guy at his highest value, right? Whereas other people have said, well, Morey was forced to trade the guy because Nick Nurse wouldn't play him. So then the question is, did Daryl Morey not give Nick Nurse the guys that he needs to be successful?
Yeah. Well, this goes to ownership. How much did their unwillingness to go over the tax over the years handcuff him from things that he wanted to do?
It might have handcuffed him, but Morey has shown an aptitude to be able to wiggle his way out of things in the past.
Right, but you can only wiggle your way out so far when you're capped out. Like in this situation, if you are being mandated to get under the cap and improve the team at the same time, that's a near impossible ask.
Well, so then we go back to the conversation you and I had yesterday, which is, why is this organization the last several years unable to develop anybody? So who do we blame for that?
Well, that's not the general manager's fault.
Exactly. So now, as you mentioned before, it's not all Daryl Morey's fault. So now we have to gauge how much
I
was
think if
Morey's
you
fault.
ask the 76ers organization themselves, if Daryl Morey is the problem, they would say, no, but we can't change the players. We know we have an Embiid problem. We know we have a Paul George problem. We don't want to trade Maxey. We don't want to trade Edgecombe. So we have to change something. It's much like the Phillies this offseason.
So why is Nick Nurse still here?
That one's interesting. And my answer to that is, why is Nick Nurse still here? I think Bob Myers likes Nick Nurse. I think Bob Myers, who, by the way, Nick Nurse beat Bob Myers' team in the championship. I think he has a respect for Nick Nurse and thinks this guy's been dealt a raw deal with all the injuries and everything. When he had a full team in the Celtics series, he showed what he can be when this team's at their height. Now, to me, they should have got rid of Nick Nurse. Same reason the Phillies should have got rid of Rob Thompson. What if the season starts next year and the team is just mediocre or gets off to a bad start and you're 2-10 after 12 games? You then have to fire Nick Nurse 12 games in and say, well, we made a mistake. You're also bringing in a guy to run the team who's got a coach that's a lame duck. So I think you should have moved on from Nurse. But to me, to answer your question, it says that Myers has a respect for Nurse and thinks that he is the right guy for the job.
So that sounds like to me that a lot of this actually comes back to Bob Myers. That Bob Myers is the one telling ownership, listen, I'm going to kind of give you a guide to how to get yourself out of this situation. And part of that guide is you got to keep Nick Nurse. You got to move on from Daryl Morey. You got to get somebody else in here making basketball decisions.
Yeah, well, that's why I think Nurse is still here. And that's why I think Morey is gone, because I think they knew that Morey was the more unlikable guy of the two. And they wanted to do something that said to the fans, listen, we hear you. We know we need to change, and we can't change the players. So we'll change the guy. And they know Bob Myers is a very popular figure, that people think that, hey, they got Bob Myers. He won 4 championships. Let's put him in charge for now.
See, I think it also comes down to something else, because I mentioned this to you last night when you and I were going back and forth messaging after the news happened. I got to wonder what Nick Nurse said to ownership, Bob Myers, whoever, after the season. Like, did Nick Nurse go to them and be like, look, I told Daryl who I wanted on this roster, and he couldn't get it for me? Like, is there a point where maybe Nick Nurse is like...
No, because he came here when they signed Paul George and Joel Embiid. So who is he saying that I told him who I want and I didn't get?
I don't know. I'm just trying to build a scenario, because half the reason why you traded Jared McCain is because Nick Nurse didn't know what to do with him.
He knew exactly what to do with him. He had him the year before when he flourished.
Then why didn't he play him last?
I don't think he was healthy last year.
So you just dump a...
That's why Morey was saying, we're pretty sure we're selling high on this guy. We got a guy who's kind of banged up with a knee injury and a thumb injury. He's not doing anything here. He mentioned we had a lot of calls for him, and we got offered a first-round pick and 3 second-round picks. We thought that based on his condition right now, that was probably the best we were going to get. He said outside of the run that he went on the year before. They knew what to do with him the year before. He flourished the year before.
So then is Nick Nurse going after the season being like, we should have kept Jared McCain?
Listen, I don't know what Nick Nurse's reasoning was for not utilizing. Now, I also said when they traded McCain, at that time, he seemingly was starting to get a little something going with Embiid. They had a little two-man constantly going. He seemed like he was finding his way right when they traded him.
Because the locker room was very unhappy when they traded McCain.
Exactly.
So
Because I think they saw what I saw.
That tells me that the Morey trading McCain decision might have been...
Well, that was being reported today that had nothing to do with it.
Well,
that was being reported today by Jake Fisher that the ownership was on board with trading McCain, and that had nothing to do with it.
I think that might just be a narrative.
Oh, I'm just giving you the reporting. You want to tell Jake Fisher's reporting's bogus, then that's up to you.
Oh, I don't think Jake Fisher's reporting is bogus. I think someone is giving Jake Fisher information in order to
I don't
get
know.
a message out
I don't know. I think exactly what happened here. They wanted to get under the cap. The team said we need to get better. Nurse wasn't using him. And I talked about this ad nauseum. They traded McCain the day before the trade deadline to try to utilize the return for McCain to get something to help the team out. He goes to Nurse. He says, hey, listen, I'm going to try to improve the team. The only guy I can move to try to get something back that's somewhat of an asset is Jared McCain. We went over this a million times. They had no contracts to deal. They had nobody on the team making any money that could be moved. The only guy was McCain. So they trade McCain. They get the first-round pick. That gives them 24 hours to try to make a trade. There wasn't a trade out there. If he's not mandated to get under the cap, he doesn't need to trade McCain. He could have got rid of Eric Gordon, which he did, and some other guys. But he also wanted to try to improve the team because they needed help. 609-403-0973. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, Paul Hudrick, and you guys out there. A lot of text messages coming in. What is the legacy of one Daryl Morey, fired yesterday by the 76ers? All right, 2:33 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. AC Press McGarry on the Twitter X platform. He jumps on to give his thoughts as Daryl Morey and the Sixers have, quote-unquote, parted ways. No one gets fired anymore, Mike. They just part ways. Is Morey the fall guy here, or was this the right decision for the 76ers?
I think it's a little of both. I think he's a fall guy, but I also recognize the need for this team to kind of maybe start over and take a different look at the roster. But again, as we discussed the other day, and as I put on the X platform there, I think anybody that is blaming the owner of this team or Daryl Morey is ignoring the 7'2" elephant in the room in Joel Embiid. And it's not Embiid's fault, but it is his health. And I don't understand how you're supposed to build a basketball team, build a roster, or succeed when your best player, you never know if he's going to play until 5 minutes before tip-off on most nights.
Yeah, so obviously, they hire him in 2020, 6 years down the road. A lot of people look at it and say he's never won anything, he's overrated. Why does this guy get so much praise? Why is he thought of so highly in NBA circles?
Well, I think look at what he's done, Mike. I know if you look at his tenure in Houston, you're going to tell me that, he didn't win a championship in Houston. But really the only reason he didn't win a championship is because he ran into one of the greatest teams of all time. And they really were the only team to kind of challenge, the Kevin Durant Golden State Warriors during that era. So he was able to build a successful team in Houston. And look, some of the moves that he made in Philadelphia, we talked about it the other day, getting off the Al Horford contract, drafting Maxey, drafting Edgecombe, have been successful. And now I think what is happening now is we're seeing a lot of revisionist history here from the fans who are saying, how could Morey have given Embiid this contract? There wasn't a team in the NBA that wasn't going to give Embiid that extension. And I remember talking to Sixers fans back then and them basically telling me that I didn't know what I was talking about when I said, hey, you might want to trade this guy. What would this market have done if Daryl Morey, a year after Embiid won the MVP, turned around and traded Embiid to the Knicks for a couple of draft picks and 2 players? This market would have gone crazy. So that's when you ask me if he's a fall guy, yeah, he's a fall guy. He was put in an impossible situation. And if I was him, I would have parted ways too, because I don't know how you fix it.
Well, yeah, you're at that point now, it's like, I've already untangled one web when I got here. I don't want to have to do it again. I look at it like this and want to see what you think, Mike. Joel Embiid, they had Charles Barkley. They could not get out of the second round with Charles Barkley. They end up trading him for Tim Perry, Jeff Hornacek, and Andrew Lang. And that got them to Allen Iverson because it made them the worst team in the league when they traded Charles Barkley. They get Iverson, and let's be honest, outside of catching lightning in the bottle 1 year, they could not get out of the second round. They kept Iverson because he was the golden goose. Embiid has turned into the golden goose. They could not move him because he's the attraction. They're number one in attendance. They're top in jersey sales. They're on national television all the time. The owner's saying, I need that guy here. That guy's my golden goose.
Also, Mike, if you look at Embiid's career, he had played back-to-back games of 60 in a season where he had played more than 60 games. I think he was the MVP runner-up the 1 year. The next year he comes back and wins the MVP. I don't know if I have the timetable right, but I think then he plays like 38 or 40 games and they give him the extension. They had no choice again. And at that point, you're right, from a business standpoint, from a competitive standpoint. And look, here's the deal. I mean, we would be thinking about this completely different. The year that they had to win, and the years kind of blend together right now, but I'm going to say it was 2021 the Atlanta Hawks series. They should have beat the Hawks. They should have gone to the Eastern Conference Final that year. They probably could have beat the Milwaukee Bucks and gone to an NBA Final that year. But is it Daryl Morey's fault in the fourth quarter of the game that, A, Embiid fell apart in that fourth quarter with a bunch of turnovers, and Ben Simmons passes up a wide-open dunk, and you see the end of his career start spiraling downward from there. So, yeah, I think Morey is kind of a scapegoat for what is going on now. I understand the fans want somebody to blame. They can blame Daryl Morey. But, again, I don't care who comes in to run the organization now, whether it be Red Auerbach, Jerry West, or whoever you want to get in here to run this organization. Tell me what you're doing with Embiid, and tell me how many games he's going to play next year, and then tell me what type of team you're going to have. Until you can answer those questions, Mike, I don't know how you're going to win. Mike, look at how this series unfolded, right? They go up to Boston. They win in Boston on Game 7. That's one of the greatest wins in Sixers playoff history. If you go back in the Sixers playoff history, now that might say something about the Sixers' lack of success in the postseason, but a Game 7 win on the road in Boston, even though it's the first round, they don't have too many of those on their resume. They go to New York, they got tired legs, right? You give them a pass. Game 2 is where they're going to make their stand. Game 2 at Madison Square Garden is when they're going to dig in, and they did. But they didn't have Embiid. So before the biggest game of the season, Embiid comes out and says, I can't play. The team goes up there, plays its heart out, loses by 6 to the Knicks, and the Knicks roll the rest of the series. If Embiid is able to play and they win Game 2, I still think the Knicks are going to win the series, Mike, but I think the series goes 6 or 7 games. It's not a sweep. So again, how do you build a team when before your most critical game of your postseason run, your star player shows up and says, I can't play? And how is that going to change whether Daryl Morey's making the decisions or Bob Myers is making the decisions or somebody else is making the decisions?
To be fair, I don't know that Embiid said that he could not play. He just did not play. Correct?
Well, he didn't play with an injury in Game 2, right before a key game of the series. He says he can't play. If he plays that game, maybe they win. My point being is you're gearing up for the game. The series is going to turn on that game.
Yeah, no doubt.
And that day you learn that your star player can't play. I don't know how any NBA team or high school team or college team or Northfield youth team is supposed to function under those circumstances.
Listen, and that goes to the next point. Why is Nick Nurse still here? Is it because they thought that he got a raw deal?
Well, again, that's why, you kind of wonder, is it fair to Nick Nurse to coach a team like this? And I would say probably not. And I understand, what he kind of went through. But again, I don't know what keeping Nurse does as far as making the situation better or worse. And again, here's the other thing, Mike. All these people now going around shouting about Jared McCain. We shouldn't have traded Jared McCain. We should have done this with Jared McCain. You know why they traded Jared McCain? Nick Nurse wasn't playing him. Mm-hmm. So now you're keeping the coach that didn't play Jared McCain, but you're up in arms and are glad the general manager who traded Jared McCain is fired.
Yeah, listen, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. There's so many layers here. To me, it says that Bob Myers likes Nick Nurse and thought he got a raw deal, not having his players, and thinks he's a good coach. But they had to change something because they know they can't get out of the Embiid and George deals. So much like the Phillies, instead of running it back with the manager and the GM and the same team, they decided, let's get rid of somebody. It's either Nurse or Morey. They had Bob Myers. Morey, you're the loser here. See ya. You're gone.
Yeah, Mike, my point would be, and again, I think maybe you're saying the same thing here, is why keep Nurse? If you're going to blow everybody out,
yes.
Then you know what I do? I blow everybody out. I blow Morey out. I blow Nurse out. And look, I'd go in there and I'd say I'd trade Embiid and I'd trade Paul George, and I would basically start over. That's what I would do. Now, they're trying to kind of have their cake and eat it too, right? They still want to, take that two-path route, which we see with teams never works. They want to try and get somebody in here to kind of rebuild it while staying competitive with the current stars and stuff like that. History says that doesn't work. So I agree with you. That's what you're saying. I have no problem if Josh Harris showed up today and said, look, this process era, this Embiid era has basically lasted 10 seasons. We think it's run its course. We're going to start over. Here's the new president of basketball operations. Here's a new coach. And we're going to look to move on from Embiid and Paul George in the offseason and build around Maxey and Edgecombe. I'd sign up for that 110%. But it seems to me they're trying to have it both ways. They're trying to sell you something and say, well, we're going in a different direction because we fired the GM. But, hey, we're keeping the same star players and the same coach, and we're going to try to rebuild and be competitive at the same time, and that never worked.
Well, and I think you look at how can we sell this team. We can't trade guys. We have bad contracts, yada, yada, yada. Hey, we'll tell them Bob Myers is a part of this. And the fans will say, wow, Bob Myers is, he's a championship executive, and then here we are.
Yeah, I mean, you bring in Myers as kind of an advisor, a guy to guide the search. Obviously, he had a lot to do with the Golden State Warriors' success. However, he did. Let's get the facts right on him. He did inherit Steph Curry, basically. So, that's a pretty good place to start.
There's a lot of people in the dark interwebs that think Myers is somewhat of a fraud.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far because, obviously he was able to put together a tremendous team right there. But let's just say if I was going to start an NBA team, I'd like to start with the greatest shooter of all time on my roster. That's kind of a leg up in the situation here. So, yeah, I know what they're doing, Mike. We all know what they're doing. They have to change something. Like you said, almost like with the Phillies a couple of weeks ago, they had to change something. They have to shake it up, and Morey just happens to be the guy who had to fall on his sword this time. Although I bet if you gave Daryl Morey some truth serum, he'd be like, thank God I don't have to deal with that mess, and pity my replacement who's got to come in here and figure out what to do with Paul George and Embiid and the rest of this roster, basically.
The way they're parting ways, we came to the decision. It's almost like, Daryl, we don't think it's your fault, but we've got to do something. We're parting ways here. It's almost like we don't have another move to make in this situation.
Yeah, the only move, Mike, that I think you could make, and I don't know what the fans would do in this situation, is if you're almost at the point now with Embiid where you might have to attach picks to Embiid to get another team to take him and his salary. So I don't know what you do if you try to sit out another season with Embiid, if you just kind of hope that he returns to a form where he can play 60-something games. I think the other thing we can all agree is that offensively, he's as good as he ever was. Defensively, he's kind of a shell of what he's been in the past. So it might just be that you kind of missed the window with Embiid. And yeah, there are no easy answers or quick fixes to this situation. To me, it's either a complete sort of tear down, or you're in the situation that you started the process to get out of in the first place. You're a team that wins in the mid-40s, maybe high 40 games, and whose limit is the second round of the playoffs. That's why you started the process, to get out of that situation in the first place. And now, fittingly, you're kind of right back there, kind of 10, 12 years later.
Well, we talked about a lot yesterday. Sometimes it takes luck. Oklahoma City, it's not that they draft it. The guy, they traded for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and got 5 first-round picks for Paul George. That really changed the tide for them. The Sixers, every move they have made seemingly has blown up in their face, whereas Oklahoma City's big move turns out to be the one that put them over the top. I'm sure we're not done with this one, but, Mike, we will catch up on Friday after Harris and Bob Myers talk tomorrow.
Okay, Mike, we'll see you down the road. It'll be interesting to see what you said. And you hit it right there. It is sometimes exactly luck. It's spinning the wheel. If I told you 6 or 7 years ago that the Sixers were going to have 2 number 1 picks, 2 overall number 1 picks, and less than 5-6 years after those guys were both picked number 1 in the draft in Ben Simmons and Markelle Fultz, both of them would be out of the NBA, you would have told me I was absolutely nuts. But that's what happened to this team. And at the time, everybody thought that those were kind of the guys to be picked in those spots. So you're exactly right. The Oklahoma found it with SGA. The Knicks kind of found it with Jalen Brunson, right? Kind of a reserved, undersized guard out of Villanova, turns into one of the top guards in the NBA. So sometimes you need a little luck, and the Sixers have luck. all bad.
All bad. And guess what? Pick 10 was Mikal Bridges. Pick 11 was Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. Can you imagine if they drafted Gilgeous-Alexander and traded him for Zaire Smith?
Hey, go back to the very first Hinkie draft, Mike, where they picked Michael Carter Williams, right? And 2 picks later, I believe, was Giannis. So, I mean, Porzingis for Okafor, the same sort of thing. You know, it's just been cursed operation from the beginning, and it seems to have finally kind of come home to rest. In the past week, basically.
All right, Mike, I'm sure we'll have plenty more to discuss on Friday.
All right, we'll see you down the road.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Shams Charania reported it last night. The Sixers have fired Daryl Morey. Our reactions continue. Your reactions continue. Paul Hudrick joins us at 3 o'clock. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Hey, coming up next hour, Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers is going to join us. What's next for this organization? Bob Myers is going to be a part of the search. He's also going to partner with the new hire. So it seems like Bob Myers is going to stay around and be a part of the organization. Does that make you feel like they could be moving in the right direction, having a guy like Bob Myers as a part of the Sixers organization? 4 championships with the Golden State Warriors. Hey, don't forget, Saturday and Sunday, it's the PGA Championship from Aronimink in Philly. The coverage on 97.3 ESPN on Saturday starts at 3. On Sunday starts at 2. Who will win this year's PGA Championship? Listen to all the action on 97.3 ESPN. 301 Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. This hour is brought to you by the law office of Craig A. Altman, proud sponsor of Philadelphia sports coverage. Well, the 76ers announced they have parted ways with Daryl Morey. Was he happy? Was he sad? Was he angry? Was he like, thank you? How did this all go down? Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers is here, set to join us on the Sports Pass Live on 97.3 ESPN to kind of give us his thoughts on how this all happened. And he joins us right now on the Sports Pass Live on 97.3 ESPN. I think when you look back at this whole thing, everyone's going to have a thought and a takeaway. There's Paul. We get you ready for Thursday at 4 o'clock. It will be Bob Myers and Josh Harris will speak. That should be interesting. Josh doesn't speak all that much. But he will speak on Thursday, and that ought to be an interesting scene there. Paul Hudrick is back. All right, Paul. How are you, pal?
I'm doing never a dull moment, you know?
Were you surprised at the timing of this yesterday?
No. I mean, because I thought a couple things. One, I thought it was a little interesting that the Sixers this is the way they typically do things with exit interviews, where when the season ends, they like to try to get all the players in and out and just get it done in a hurry. Typically after that, they will then inform us when Daryl Morey is speaking. That's been the case for the last, 5 years prior. When they said they didn't know when he was speaking, that he was in Chicago, that, was a maybe small kind of light bulb that went off for me. And then obviously Tony Jones of The Athletic comes out and says that they're being, evaluating his tenure. I mean, that to me said there's, they potentially want to make a change. So I certainly wasn't surprised. You've seen there, plenty of reasons of why this might have been happening. I think there was just a overall stagnation with this organization. And I think moving on from Morey was probably the best way forward to kind of try to break that up and shake up the organization a little bit.
So he's very polarizing, if you haven't noticed, over his tenure here in Philadelphia. They hired him 6 years ago when the team was where? When he was hired, where was this organization?
They were a mess, to be frank about it. I mean, they were stuck with that Al Horford contract. They had acquired Josh Richardson and that Jimmy Butler sign and trade, which was terrible because Jimmy Butler, we all saw what he did with the Miami Heat. Josh Richardson really just was not a fit, and as a guy, he's not even in the NBA anymore. So they were not in a good place. They did have Joel Embiid still. They did still have Ben Simmons. And then also it was kind of tough spot for Morey because he kind of got a coach foisted upon him. Doc Rivers was hired by ownership. People kind of misremember that. Doc Rivers was hired by ownership first. Then Daryl Morey was hired. So he actually did not hire Daryl. Did not hire Doc. So I thought what Daryl Morey did on 2020 draft night was one of the best nights an executive has ever had in the city. I don't think I'm exaggerating by saying that. When you think of he flipped Horford, he flipped Josh Richardson and got Danny Green and Seth Curry, two guys who started for that team, drafted Tyrese Maxey, drafted Isaiah Joe, and drafted Paul Reed. I know what happened after, but he took those guys, right? They got they evaluated those players in the draft and found them. And all three guys are NBA basketball players. Maxey, well on his way to being a superstar.
We looked at that draft yesterday, Paul. Joe and Reed are the only two guys from that second round that are still actually playing.
And they're playing Isaiah Joe is a pretty big part of what the Thunder are doing when it's not Jared McCain. And then, Paul Reed has been almost a godsend for Detroit because Jalen Duren has struggled during the playoffs. Isaiah Stewart has struggled at times during the playoffs. So to have a third center in Paul Reed that can give you that spark, he would have been the best option for the Sixers this year. Would he have not have been as the backup big? So, so I think from that lens, I thought Daryl Morey got off to a great start. He inherited a pretty messy situation from, Elton Brand and that collaborative front office, whatever you want to call it. And he cleaned it up pretty quick. They were the number one team in the East. They should have won. They lost to the Hawks in 7 games, not because of anything Daryl Morey did, but because the team, Ben Simmons wasn't good enough. And Doc Rivers did not push the right buttons. That's why they lost to the Hawks in 7 games. So, but then, after that, that's when it started to deteriorate when, for me, Mike, I maybe we'll get into this later, but the big thing that happened to me was he sold ownership. He sold the franchise on his cap space plan, which ultimately led to them getting Paul George and extending Joel Embiid. And we have to be realistic. I was a guy who supported those moves, but they didn't work. And I think that's what ultimately leads to him not being here anymore.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, so it seems like he did a lot of good, and then those two moves are just the dark clouds that sit over top of everything, and they're the two moves, and then you throw the McCain thing in, which I guess we can kind of, legislate on where his role was in that. But the George thing I find very interesting. They had money. They had to do something with it. Was there another option that you could say, hindsight 2020, maybe they shouldn't have got George? It seemed like whether you liked it or not, they really only had that move to make, or I don't know, could they have broken that up? Because to me, Daryl Morey doesn't go in and say to Josh Harris, hey, I got an idea. Let's go get Paul George. Can you give me Dr. J so we can go recruit this guy? Like, this is an organizational decision to do this.
Yeah, well, I would say two things. One, it wasn't just like they randomly had this money, right? Like Daryl Morey set this up. When they had James Harden, he made the choice to hold on to James Harden and wait until he got an offer that was all expiring contracts, because that's what he wanted. They got really good draft compensation, but he wanted expiring contracts. He wanted to gut the team at the end of the season. Like that was the goal. So like he had to go to Josh Harris and say, hey, this is my plan. And he wasn't targeting Paul George at that point, right? Like he just wanted to have max cap space. But I do agree with your latter point, which is what else could they have done with it? Look, if they didn't sign Paul George, they would have signed Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, who just did not work out in Orlando and has just, really struggled since leaving Denver. And they probably would have just given Caleb Martin more money. And we saw what happened with Caleb Martin. So right. To that extent, I think when you look at it from that lens, the Paul George signing is not as disastrous as maybe some want to make it out to be. But at the same time, his plan was, I want to free up cap space and I want to make a big splash. And then with that, you had to then extend Joel Embiid, right? Like you had to do it. If you were going to go forward with this plan and sell ownership on it, the plan was to form a big three with Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, and whomever that free agent was, and that wound up being Paul George, who on paper we can all agree fantastic fit. It seemed like. So I think that's a big part of it. And then I just think too, Mike, like a lot of these little moves. And don't get me wrong, there's ownership blame in here. Daryl Morey was clearly mandated to dip below the tax. That's a thing that's well known. But at the same time, there are other executives around the league that are also under that mandate, and they were able to improve the team. And that, to me, too, is another thing. It's like these multiple deadlines where Joel Embiid looked like he had, like it was whatever. Like he looked like an MVP player, and you didn't cash in chips to make the team better. The most glaring one being 2023, where all they do is basically swap Matisse Thybulle for a cheaper player, and then they're a game away from beating the Celtics at that point. If they had maybe made one more trade, whatever, and actually improved
the Knicks go get OG Anunoby and you get Buddy Hield.
And there's that one too, which that one I blame Morey less, only because of Embiid that was when he had the meniscus. So I blame him slightly less for that. But maybe what you could say is, well, maybe instead of giving up draft picks to get Buddy Hield, he could have just held on to Isaiah Joe, who at this point looks like a better player than Buddy Hield. Yeah. So I just think it just adds up, Mike. Like it's never one thing. And I think like you started this off by saying polarizing, and I think that's correct. I think he made a lot of really good moves, and I think he improved the team in a lot of ways. He drafted Tyrese Maxey. He drafted VJ Edgecombe. He might have traded him, but he drafted Jared McCain in a pretty weak draft. So like he made some good moves, but then I think the questionable ones just added up, and it's just. I think
that's a good point, though, and it's Paul Hudrick with us from Liberty Ballers. Make sure you follow him at Paul Hudrick as always. He found Maxey in a spot that's not a home run spot to draft. McCain in a spot that's not a home run spot to draft. Then when he was in the home run spot, VJ Edgecombe was not the consensus number 3 pick. That was kind of like, you're taking a chance here, dude. You better hope that this is the right guy. Now, you can make an argument that if he didn't take Edgecombe and ended up with Ace Bailey or Con Knipple, that those players would have been very good here too. But I think Edgecombe was a pick that a lot of people were like, whoa, you're taking a shot. So he's proven that he can get talent in the draft in the second round, late in the first round, and drafting high. So it seems, again, it goes all back to the Paul George and then the Embiid decision. Kind of give us your thoughts, because the Embiid decision to me is a very interesting one. Do you blame him for this? Is this, to me, like, does ownership say, look, this is our golden goose. We can't let this guy walk out the door. He's the MVP. Like, we're selling tickets. We're top 5 in attendance. We're top 5 in jersey sales. We're on national TV because of that guy. We can't let him go. So how culpable is he for the Embiid deal?
I think it goes – I mean, look, I think for sure he is. And then also, yeah, ownership is too. Ownership has to sign off on all these things. They're not giving Joel Embiid a 3-year – max extension without Josh Harris and David Blitzer's knowledge, right? Like, they know it's happening. And they, if they really felt that strongly that was not a good move, they could have told Daryl Morey, no, we're not doing that. But we're
not paying a guy $58 million who never shows up.
Yeah.
$58 million per season for not showing up.
But I do think Morey was in a tricky spot because, when he enacted the cap space plan, Joel Embiid's a part of that. Because the idea is you need an MVP caliber Joel Embiid, you need Tyrese Maxey to keep ascending, and then that third guy was going to be the guy who brought it all together. And so, and from what I understand, like, Paul George, in part, don't get me wrong, money talks, but part of the reason Paul George came here is Joel Embiid. Like, he wanted to play with Joel Embiid. So it did, that was part of the deal. Like, you had to give Embiid this extension to align with Paul George's tenure here. Now you gave him an extra year. He's here 1 year beyond Paul George. He has the player option for 28-29. But so I think Morey kind of, I don't want to say painted himself into a corner, but a little bit of that, because in order to do that cap space plan, you almost had to extend Joel Embiid. Because then the other part is too, if you're Joel Embiid and you're kind of playing on a lame dunk contract, and 34-year-old Paul George just got $50 million a year, how are you going to feel about that? So I think it was a tricky situation. I would say I don't blame Morey for doing it, but at the same time, when you make those decisions, they have consequences, and it's a results-based thing. So, like, you and I can sit here and both say, like, you know what? I don't blame him for doing it, but at the same time, it's a results-based business, and what has happened has happened. So that's the deal. I mean, you're judged on it's kind of sucks in a way, but, like, you're not judged on your process necessarily. You're judged more on the results
of the process. And this goes to the fact that it's almost like the way they're like, we parted ways was like, listen, we don't think it's your fault, but we know we can't get rid of Joel. We can't get rid of Paul. We have no moves to make. We got to do something. Tag, you're it. It's like, what else? Yeah. What else do we do here? And you have Bob Myers sitting there, and that would be a popular thing to say. Hey, this guy who you all hate is out, and this guy who you all think is really good, he's going to be the one that takes over, because we can't do anything else. It is a distraction.
I would say, well, no. I mean, I think they're like, I don't think they were, how do I put it? Like, I don't think that it was unreasonable to fire, like, to move on. Like, he'd been here for 6 years. The team had not gone any further.
Well, I'm not saying it's unreasonable. I just don't think that they ultimately, I don't think they wanted to. It's just that they had nothing else to do.
They needed to do something. You weren't going to sell the team. You're probably not trading Joel Embiid or Paul George.
Right.
You're not going to trade VJ Edgecombe or Tyrese Maxey. And even so, to me, too, Mike, I like a lot of people say, like, oh, well, you could have gotten rid of Nick Nurse. Why is Nick Nurse still here? Well, here's the problem with that. Though. If you fire Nick Nurse and then a year from now you decide to fire Daryl Morey, now that new president of basketball operations is stuck with that new coach that Morey just hired. So now, at least with this, if you bring in your new president of basketball operations,
well, you could have got rid of both of them.
You could have, but I'm saying I think with given everything, I if you're going to get rid of one, Morey was the one who made more sense.
I agree with that.
For that reason, because now, okay, this new executive can come in, see what Nick Nurse is all about, see how the players respond to Nick Nurse. And then if that could be the first kind of big move that this person makes, is to say, you know what? I don't think Nick Nurse is the guy. I want to bring in my own guy. Or
it also says that Bob Myers must have a lot of, think that, hey, look, Nick Nurse has had a raw deal here, and I respect him. Let's stick with him.
Maybe. And look, and I think it's been pretty widely reported that Nick Nurse does have supporters in the locker room. He does. A lot of the players actually really do like him. I know some guys have gripes against him too, but like for the most part, I'll put it like this. The players that matter, I think, really like Nick Nurse. So I do think that's a factor. To an extent, I do agree with you that Bob Myers probably looks at Nick Nurse and says, like, man, like this roster this year, he just didn't have enough depth. Like he pushed some really good buttons in that Celtics series, but he just didn't have the horses then to do anything against the Knicks because they just didn't have enough good basketball players. Last year, obviously, was an incredibly raw deal. Even his first year, Mike, Joel Embiid looks like he's going to be well on his way to his second MVP. I can't remember the clip they were playing at, but something like they were at like a 65-win clip when Joel Embiid was playing early in that season under Nick Nurse. Then Kuminga lands on his knee and everything goes to hell, and it's pretty much gone to hell since then. So like, I can certainly understand the argument of like Nick Nurse. Like to be frank, I was not impressed with the job Nick Nurse did during the regular season, if I'm being totally honest.
Same.
But the guy you can't deny the guy has just gotten 3 years raw deals each year. And again, in the playoffs, I thought he was good. I thought he coached a good series against the Celtics. And I thought when you watch that Knicks series, I don't come out of that series thinking, man, all these things Nick Nurse could have done. I think more, man, this roster was not nearly deep enough.
Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers. How involved do you anticipate Myers being? Is this a dog and pony show, or do you think this is more than meets the eye?
I'm curious. I'm very curious. I'm curious to see what's said tomorrow. I would be surprised if this is a situation where he pulls a Colangelo and like hires himself. I don't see that happening. Stranger things have certainly happened with this organization.
Well, Shams just reported that the person that they hire will work with Bob Myers.
I saw some people running with that, and I get why that might set off some alarm bells, but I don't think it's. And then if you listen to the whole thing, Shams even goes on to say, "Oh, well, he hired." I don't know the names of these guys, but Peters. I know Adam Peters from. Right. He hired him for the Commanders. He hired the Devils lead executive. So I think it was more along lines of that when they say like work with. I think it's more in terms of like Bob Myers oversees all sports, so whoever this person is going to have to work with Bob Myers. I could be wrong. It's very possible, but I don't see that. I know Elton Brand, like that's been a thing that's been thrown around, but then to me, like that's if part of the goal to what you're talking about, Mike, is to start like shake things up and have something fresh. If you're putting Elton Brand right back in that chair, is that doing anything? Now, I do think to an extent Elton Brand got a raw deal because I do think there was a lot of meddling done when he originally had that role, and I don't know that he was 100% pulling all those strings at that point. But with all that said, I think if you're trying to get a breath of fresh air, I think bringing in like Bob Myers hiring himself doesn't do that, and I certainly don't think re-elevating Elton Brand does that.
Yeah, because man, now you're bringing somebody else in, however, and basically saying you're coming here, and let's get to the next part. Can anybody legitimately try to say, I'm going to come in there and I will move Joel Embiid? I will get rid of either George or Embiid. Do you find that to be plausible at all? Can you use that as a selling point if you want this job?
No. Because, look, could you move Joel Embiid? Yeah, probably.
You know
There's
how
probably
many
a way to do it.
I'm sure you've getting them, and people are throwing them out there. How many crazy trades? Zion and Herb Williams for Embiid. I said, the salaries match, but why would New Orleans want to deal with Embiid's injury?
And not only that, they have Derek. They just drafted Derek Queen. They gave up a ransom to get Derek Queen. That's a move that's been much maligned. So why would you then get a center to play next? Like that makes no sense. The Sabonis idea, I can't tell you how much I know Jake Fisher reported, and I love Jake Fisher, but like I can't tell you how much I hate that idea. Philadelphia, you don't like the way Joel Embiid plays in the playoffs? We need to get a load of Domantas Sabonis, respectfully, who was a very good 82-game basketball player. But he was availability. He was hurt last year. He missed half the season. Like what?
No,
like,
I said you would be the 23 Sacramento Kings. You'd be like Maxey playing the role of Fox and Monk. It's like it would be the same type of situation.
So to me, with Embiid, two things I would say. One, it would be shameful to attach draft assets to get off that contract, in my opinion. Unless the players you're getting in return are like starting caliber players and you're just really fortifying the depth, I don't see how that's like, I don't see a path to attaching draft picks and that making the team better now. And then two, that would hurt the team down the road when you're trying to build around Maxey and Edgecombe.
Yeah.
Then the other part of it is, look, when Joel, I get it. I totally get it. It's frustrating. He's not dependable. But man, when he actually plays basketball, he's still really good.
Well,
so if you're just going to take a dive on that and give him away, well, then what are you even doing? Like
this will end up being like Ed Wade with the Phillies and Clintac with the Phillies, where 3 years from now, when they have those draft picks that Morey got, you're going to be like, man, what a great idea to get those picks so far down the road. Like he won't get to see the fruits of those labors, but it is a wild situation. By the way, the gift that keeps on giving is Paul George, the Oklahoma City trade, and now he's here. He's got you stuck. Can they trade him and get 5 first-round picks? You go back to that draft. Can you imagine if the Sixers, in fact, drafted Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and traded him for Zaire Smith? Did you ever think of that one?
Oh, I've thought about it many times. Well, I mean, I've more thought about, hey, maybe the Sixers should have just, taken Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and kept him. That would have worked out pretty well. But who knows? But who knows how that would have gone and how that would have all fit. And with Ben Simmons, who knows how any of that would have gone. But
4 o'clock tomorrow. What is the Paul Hudrick question? If you get the first question tomorrow, what would that be?
When do you want to make this happen, and are you going to make it happen before the draft? Because that's a pretty big draft pick there at 22 and a very good draft.
Yeah.
The other thing that Sham said is that Bob Myers is in Chicago with the Sixers brass that's still there. So those guys are already deep in the weeds with draft prospects and all their scouting. So I want to know, are you planning to hire someone before the draft? Or are you, Bob Myers, going to feel comfortable? And look, respectfully, Bob Myers does not have a great draft history. Are you going to be the guy who makes the final pick? Because I guess that's what I'm most curious about, because that's the most immediate thing that's going to happen, right? Like that's the next big thing. And that pick matters for multiple reasons. One, that's the pick you got for Jared McCain. Two, it's a very good draft, and you could wind up getting a good player that fits really well with this organization at 22.
All right, tomorrow, 4 o'clock, those two will speak. Paul Hudrick will have coverage at Liberty Ballers at Paul Hudrick. Thanks, man.
You got it, Mike.
Great conversation. Always love chopping it up with Paul on everything that's happening there. When we come back, it's Phillies Fastball as the Phillies win in Boston last night. Big pitching performance. A streak continues, and a good pitching matchup tonight. We have that coming up in Phillies Fastball next. All right, 3:30 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. We got the Phillies Fastball. It is brought to you by Ventnor Social. We'll be there a week from today for our Phillies Day Game Watch Party. Stop out Ventnor Social, Ventnor Avenue in Ventnor. Watch the Phillies with us next Wednesday. Chance to win a trip to Baltimore's Camden Yards to see the Phillies play against the Orioles. Last night, Zach Wheeler. Let's start with Oscar today. Wheeler. And these are the starts that Taijuan Walker would be making. Big difference, Oscar, having Zach Wheeler out there.
Times have changed since the Taijuan Walker era to having Wheeler there. Look, this guy's a pro. This guy is, before the injury, he was top 2, top 3. I mean, together with Skubal, the top pitchers in baseball. And Tocchet at the time before he got injured. I mean, look, Wheels is Wheels, and he was amazing yesterday. I mean, having 40 pitches after 5 innings. I mean, something is unheard of. I mean, this guy, look, he's not striking out as many people as he was before, but he's a pitcher. He knows how to pitch. He knows how to pitch, and he was amazing yesterday against a lineup for the Red Sox that have had issues scoring runs. 27th in baseball. So look, Wheels did what Wheels needs to do. And look, he's been more than advertised. He's brought kind of a spark to this entire team, to the pitching staff. I mean, now you see Sanchi pitching at an elite level as a Cy Young candidate right now. And I would not be counting against Wheeler being a candidate for Cy Young very, very shortly.
Geoff, last night you saw Wheeler, and he goes 7 1/3, 87 pitches. What did you think about him in that 8th inning? Only 87 pitches, but did he seem like, this is still him ramping up?
Yeah, it did, Mike. And look, Zach Wheeler to me, and look, he admitted this to me. Now it's been about 6 or 7 weeks ago, but he's going to have to change how he pitches. I think Zach Wheeler knew that fastball was not going to be there. Now, it did reach 96 a couple times last night, had the highest average fastball velocity for the year, but he did admit this to me, like he was going to have to change how he pitched. And he said, look, I take pride in that. And you're obviously seeing the results, but I was kind of surprised he came back out for the 8th inning, even though he wasn't at that many pitches. I understood the decision because of the pitch count, but you had Ryan Kerkering basically up, ready to go. You were getting Jose Alvarado ready to go. And I get what Don Mattingly was trying to do. It was pretty much until he got the lefty up. But, yeah, I was kind of surprised to see him go out there for that 8th inning. I thought he wasn't as sharp in the 7th and the 8th. I don't know if that was because the pitch count was going up or because it was the deepest he's been in the game this year, but overall, though, you have to be impressed by what Zach Wheeler was able to do with the minimum number of strikeouts he had. He only had 4. He's still averaging a strikeout per inning, by the way. So it's not like he's not striking out people, but his control is good. He's minimizing the damage. I really like what Zach Wheeler has been bringing to this team.
Well, and, he's at the bottom of the lineup. He's got Navarez, who's a right-handed hitter. I think Durbin was the next hitter, also right-handed. So, Geoff, as you said, you're right about that because he faced the first 2 guys before it got back to Dern at the top of the lineup, who was a lefty, and that's when they went to Alvarado. So if you bring Kerkering in, theoretically, he would have had to have faced Dern because you have to face 3 hitters. So it looks like he wanted to try to get Wheeler for the first 2, and then Alvarado, which is what ended up happening last night. But by the way, good to see Alvarado come into a spot, and it seems like maybe he's kind of getting into form a little bit here.
I think he's only allowed 1 run since like April 20th or something like that. So keep that in mind.
He's turning the corner. You can see. I mean, he's command of his pitches is still a little bit wild. That strikeout he got, it was kind of on the feet of the guy, so it was a kind of a mid-judgment by the hitter, but Alvarado, without a doubt, has been playing much, much better over the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, Alvarado, by the way, 6 pitches last night, 5 for strikes, 2/3 of an inning. He did get the strikeout, and then Duran comes in. Guys, give me your impressions of, we know he's working his way back, but having that guy at the back end, sometimes it's a little bit of a Mitch Williams roller coaster, but he does get the 2 big strikeouts, and he picks up the first save since he's been back off the IL.
He's got one of the elite arms in baseball. I mean, that's the reality. Go ahead, Geoff.
No, Oscar, I want you to go this one first because Duran a little bit more on a personal level than I do.
Look, I mean, Duran is one of the most incredible arms there is in baseball. His pitches are filthy. I think the most important thing with him is being able to locate his pitches where he needs to locate his pitches. And what I mean by that, sometimes you don't need to throw strikes. I mean, I think a lot of the hits are based on pitches that he throws in the middle of the plate. This guy's as filthy, and the movement of the ball is as filthy. And you hear from JT. I mean, JT has said it a number of times. I mean, the splinter of this guy is something that is hardly uncatchable. I mean, that's how hard it is, because not many pitchers, or there's not another pitcher that can throw the way he can. I mean, it is a luxury to have a closer of that magnitude. One of the best in baseball that we have. I mean, and the guy throws hard, man. He brings it.
That high fastball, I'm trying to remember who he struck out. It was his second out last night. I was like, well, that's way out of the zone. Didn't matter. It's just like guy zinged up. Like, it looked like it was going in the strike zone when he threw it. It's just, I can't believe what Johan Duran brings to this team. And I think this is why the Phillies were so excited about this bullpen. Oscar and I were talking about this yesterday. You got a full year of him. And that's how the Phillies are looking at it. Like, that was an off-season addition for them, even though they got him mid-season last year. And you added Brad Keller, which, again, they didn't go to last night. They went to Jose Alvarado because he's got a hot hand. And Ryan Kirkring's got a hot hand right now. It does seem like that's starting to fall into place a bit. Brad Keller's role is kind of, I don't want to say it's diminishing. Maybe he wasn't available. I don't know. But it seems like they're going to Kirkring and Alvarado first before they go to Brad Keller.
Rafaela, by the way, was the one that he blew away with that fastball.
Yeah.
He got Abreu to strike out to start the inning. Yoshida hit that single, and then he strikes out. He walks Story, and that's where, it got a little hairy there because Story's on base, and he steals second, and they actually they challenge that call. They get the guy on second, then you walk a guy. So it got a little hairy there. That's what we're talking about. He walks that guy, and it gets a little hairy. But the big strikeout, and they end up getting out of the inning. So the save for Duran, his sixth. Wheeler gets the win. The Phillies win 2-1. But in the game, let's go to Schwarber, who homered for the fifth straight game, 17 homers. It's very interesting because we talked about, can Schwarber hit 56 home runs again? It appears that he's on pace to go that direction, if not more, guys.
He's on pace for 66.
Is he having a better year now?
I think he's having a better power year, and Oscar and I talked about this yesterday. The Phillies will take 229, 60 home runs with Kyle Schwarber. He has got a 967 OPS. We talk about Bryce Harper being in the MVP conversation. You may take him out of it, Kyle Schwarber, because if you hit 66, 67 home runs, you're going to be the MVP of the league. I don't care if Shohei Ohtani's in the same league as you. Those are insane amounts.
Look, I'm worried. I'm gonna be fairly honest with you guys. I'm worried about the hitting. This hitting is very heroable. Look, Abreu almost tied you the game yesterday. I mean, the right fielder, by the way, what an outfielder this guy is. One of the best right fielders in baseball, this guy Abreu. He almost tied the game yesterday. Look, 5 hits. I mean, it's unacceptable. I mean, this team needs to do a much better job hitting. I know Kyle is right now hot. I mean, here's his 5th home run, six home run in 5 games, which is amazing. The guy's amazing. I mean, and Harper, we know what Harper is and what he's capable of doing. But the rest of this lineup needs to continue beyond March, needs to continue, helping produce runs. We had Crawford yesterday with 2 strikeouts. Harper with 2 strikeouts. Adolis Garcia with 2 strikeouts. Look, 2 runs is not going to cut it. That's my key message here.
The issue with this thing is the leadoff hitter right now. 234 batting average, 628 OPS, and we'll probably mention it every day on this show, especially when he goes hitless. But you cannot keep this going with Trey Turner right now. I don't know what they have to do, but something needs to be done, whether it's moving him out of leadoff. I don't know if Don Mattingly's willing to do that. It seems like he's like Rob Thompson, has a lot of faith in his players, but maybe moving Trey Turner. But again, how do you do that when Kyle Schwarber's just crushing it, hitting second right?
And listen to this. Bello came to this game with a 7.22 ERA. And the guy, he pitched lights out yesterday. And,
who was the only Philly that's seen him?
Garcia. Adolis Garcia.
Garcia was the only one to see him. Yeah. And he went 0 for 4. So,
Look, yeah,
Belbeo's tough, and listen, it kind of backfired on them. They went with an opener, and the opener gave up the bomb to Schwarber. They brought the lefty to start the game. He gives up the homer to Schwarber in that first inning there, and that kind of backfires on them. But the Phillies offense, to your point, Oscar, only 5 hits yesterday, and they win the game. Geoff, to your point, what do you do with Trey Turner? 234. I know there are these guys who want to bat Bryce Harper lead off. There are some people that would like to see Justin Crawford hitting the leadoff spot. Do you guys think do you guys think something drastic in the leadoff spot? Do you go back to Schwarber? Any thoughts at leadoff?
Yeah, you know what? It's tough, right? I mean, I love the way Brandon Marsh is hitting right now. I wouldn't be opposed to putting him there, but I don't think that's a solution either. Because you need someone in the middle of the lineup. That's
right.
3 lefties, and you got 3 lefties going on
exactly.
in the top of the order.
Exactly. That's the issue we have, right? And this is like the one show where we can have kind of like that Eagles level mentality to where we break down every game because we're on every day. But we do have to look at the big picture here. And the big picture is still, if you look at the last 14 games, they're still first in baseball in runs per game. They're still first in baseball in OPS. So you have to take that into account as well. It may just be one night, but the leadoff thing isn't going away. I mean,
remember
the numbers are what they are.
You know what I would do? I would do exactly the same thing we did to Alec Bohm. I mean, maybe not 2 games, but just sitting down for 1 game and put Sosa at shortstop and just try to give him a day off. I mean, mentally get him out of his feet. You know what happened? I mean, what happens is Trey Turner wants to be good, and 300. He takes 300 practice swings. Before a game, and then when he doesn't take any, he goes 4 for 4. I just think he needs kind of a mental break. That's what I would do. I would do the one with him. I would do a 1-day Sosa benching, and then maybe bring him as a pinch hitter if you need to at some point.
You know
in the
what,
game.
Oscar? I don't think he's a declining player or a diminishing player. I think it's more of he needs to get on base, and
it's mental, and it's mental, and it's a combinational thing. He's an extremely he's one of the hardest workers there's in the Phillies. I remember going to spring training. The first guy that was there taking ground balls. He's a very, very hard worker. That's not the point. The point is that I think he puts too much pressure on himself, that he doesn't do what Charlie Manuel was doing. Hey, go out there and relax when you go to the plate. He doesn't. He's trying. He's that guy
who knows he's making what he's making and said, I gotta live up to it. Like honestly, like the money's great, but that's not why he does it. But he knows he has to live up to it.
You put the ball outside of the plate on the bottom. Outside and on the bottom, Garcia and him are an automatic strikeout.
They're the chase rate savants, by the way. We talk about chase rate, it's Garcia and him.
Yeah. Well, Turner, struggling here. How long can you keep him in that leadoff spot? Do you just let him keep going and try to work his way out of this thing? That will be something to watch, guys. What are we watching tonight? Well, it's Andrew Painter and Sonny Gray, a tough pitching matchup for the Phillies. By the way, Sonny Gray traded for locally here Chase Petty a couple of years ago. That was from the Twins and the Reds. Now Gray showing up here with the Red Sox, and Sonny Gray, very tough customer here. So the Phillies, he is right-handed, so that is a good thing. But Andrew Painter, 689, going up against Sonny Gray. This is going to be a tough match tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough. And, what version of Painter, by the way, I made a mistake there, and I put Wheeler's numbers for the year. But, Painter needs to do a much better job. He's having problems with his fastball. His fastball have a 373 batting average against it, as well as his sinker at 318. His 2 most effective pitches have been his splitter and his curve, where they're hardly hitting, and you also see the whiff rates on those pitches. So, it's location of his fastball. It's not like he's not throwing hard. It's just the location of his fastball is not where he needs to be, and he needs to do a much better job.
And the movement is bad, right? And I'm curious to see, like he said, last time he pitched, he overcompensated glove side and went arm side. Let's see if he finds that balance tonight or not. He's had, 6 days? He had an off day, so he had an extra day of rest to kind of prepare for that. I'm actually expecting a good start out of Andrew Painter tonight because this Red Sox team, they like to chase a lot of pitches too. So I actually think Painter's going to give him a good start tonight.
Yeah, they're 27th in hitting. Just to give you an idea in terms of runs per game, the Red Sox.
This may be what the doctor ordered.
Yeah,
Yep.
by the way, both teams have played 14 games since firing their manager. The Phillies are 11-3. The Red Sox are 7-7. You know, it's the first time two teams have played against each other without their opening day manager in the same season since 2002 that this has
That's
happened.
weird.
So a very interesting stat for you guys there. Geoff, you wrote an article that will be up at 973ESPN.com about the Phillies after 40 games. What is your takeaway for the first 40?
Well, I believe Don Mattingly is absolutely correct when I asked him about this. We started to normalize, right? Things are getting back to normal. And look, I'm not even talking about the clubhouse. I'm talking about the starting pitching, the relief pitching, the hitting even. Like the hitting, we always talk about the hitting being streaky. Well, right now they're streaky. They're top 5 in baseball in like every category I seem to care about. So that's why they're winning it. Can the starting pitching be better? Absolutely. Can Andrew Painter be better? Absolutely. But you still have Zach Wheeler. You still have Christopher Sanchez. Jesus Cesaro will get back on track. I'm like Oscar. I'm kind of on that train. I just want to see this team put it together for more than 14 games. Like, can they do this another 14? And I think they can, but we keep talking about that tough part of the schedule. That'll be coming up, but hopefully they're over 500 when that happens.
All right, Oscar, after 40 games, give us your impressions as a guy who, you did the play-by-play for this team for years, so you got to see the long, trek. 40 games, small sample size. What do you see?
Look, based on what this team is and its payroll, I give him a D. I mean, I give him a D. It was an F when Topper was here. It was probably a C or C plus since Mattingly took over. I'm seeing a lot. Pitching, starting pitching is a significant improvement since Wheeler. So Wheelers and Sanchez are on a category of the run. Luzardo needs more consistency. We need better outings from Nola. And then Painter, growing pains. I mean, I cannot complain about that. In terms of the hitting, I mean, it's Schwarber, is Harper, and is March. Outside of that, I mean, I think we have had a subpar hitting performance so far this year. And the bullpen, I mean, I would say the injuries have been the biggest issue there. Keller has been a disappointment, but Duran has been 6 for 6 on saves, and Alvarado needs to continue to improve as well as Banks. So I give him. I mean, I'll give him a D plus. I mean, D plus. I mean, so far 20 and 22. I mean, what do you want? Do you want an A?
No, man, I like it.
Well, no, I you know what, Oscar, I agree with you. Just because if you would have said the Phillies are 20 and 22, no matter who was their manager, you would have been upset by that. But yeah, I agree. I think a C or a D grade is more than fair if you're judging the first 42. I think that's more than fair.
I mean, you're 25th in runs scored, and you're 23rd in ERA. I mean, I'm not going to give you. I mean,
that's not an A.
An A or a B or a C. I mean, it's a D.
All right, couple quick things to hit on here before our fastball segment for the day is done. Kyle Schwarber, 5 straight games with a home run. Will that extend tonight?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Look, it's against Sonny Gray. It's going to be hard. Look, it'll be interesting. I mean,
where's my guy Phillies tailgate with the batting stats against Sonny Gray for Kyle Schwarber?
They'll
tonight?
Be coming out soon. Tyler's a busy man when he's working his full-time job.
13-game hit streak for Brandon Marsh. It's the longest streak. Will he get a hit tonight?
Schwarber, just to give you an idea, Schwarber is 4 for 24 with a home run against him with a batting average of 167. So,
all right.
10 strikeouts in 24 at bat. Gray is a good pitcher, man.
Yeah, and no Philly has ever hit a home run in 6 straight games, by the way.
All right. Well, he's looking for that. And as I just mentioned, Marsh. Last thing, guys, I want to dive into sneaky little signing yesterday. Dylan Carlson, a switch hitter. Bats switch hitter. It's better. Has played all 3 outfield positions. He's played primarily center and left. Do we see Dylan Carlson sooner than later?
And he's 27 years old. That's the other thing we need to remember.
At some point, I think we are going to see him. Like they need outfield depth. Period. Like they need it in AAA. They need it in the majors. I do think we are going to see Dylan Carlson. I'll take a bet on this next 25 games.
He's a good outfielder. I mean, look, I think this signing. I like this signing. This signing is good. This guy got some big hits for the Orioles last year. He was top prospects. I mean, if it wasn't the top prospect for the Cardinals when he came
He
up,
was definitely a top 10 prospect.
yeah, I mean, he was really good. And as you said, Mike, he hits both ways. I mean, that is huge, and he could be a very good center fielder as well. I like the signing. In his career, his OPS against lefties is better than righties. How about that?
Good to see you. Thanks, boys.
Go Phils. Let's go.
All right, that's how we wrap up our fastball today. Dylan Carlson, we were talking about there at the end. Switch hitter, hits better against left-handed pitchers, as we were mentioning there, than righties. But it's been kind of a failure as a top prospect. So I don't know if I'm all that excited about him, but if he hits down at AAA, they needed outfield depth. They make that signing yesterday. So good to have the guys. Oscar and Geoff will be back tomorrow for more Phillies Fastball. They're in Boston tonight, take on the Red Sox. Tomorrow, by the way, Ranger Suarez is scheduled to pitch, but it's supposed to be rain in the forecast tomorrow. I have not seen the Phillies lineup out yet today. I missed the Phillies lineup today? I haven't seen it yet. I do see the Red Sox lineup, and I do not see the Phillies lineup just yet. We'll get on that next hour. Football at 4, mailbag edition coming up next. Football 4 powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And don't forget, it's the place to go. Big bets, big screens. Game day hits different at Ocean. To learn more, visit theoceanac.com. Don't forget to check out all the live entertainment, including Matt Rife on Friday, July 24th, and Saturday, July 25th. Joey Diaz will be there on Friday, August the 7th, and Sebastian Maniscalco, September 17th through the 20th and the 24th through the 27th. Ocean Casino, the Fanatics Sportsbook, the place to be for game day. Speaking of which, game day, we've got a couple game day announcements for the Eagles, by the way. You know, we told you the other day during Football at 4, the Eagles will be playing on Thanksgiving Day against the Dallas Cowboys, and of course, that game on 97.3 ESPN. They'll play the Cowboys on Thanksgiving Day. That game has been announced, and another game was announced yesterday later on in the day. The Eagles will be going to London. The Eagles will be in London this year, and they will be playing the Jacksonville Jaguars. We talked about it yesterday, the possibility of some games, and they will play Jacksonville in London. We asked you at Mike Gill Show, and you can vote. The Eagles will play in London versus Jacksonville on October the 11th. I think that's week 5 in the NFL season. Do you like that? So far, it is all right, Josh. We got the voting here. We have 29% is in the lead. No, excuse me. 41% is in the lead. Oh, it just moved. 36% is in the lead. 31 says yes, they like it. 23% said no, they don't like it, and 5% say yes, and they want to go to the game. 36% say don't care. The Eagles will play in London on October the 11th.
So the 36% of the people that are going to watch no matter what, basically, they're the football
Well,
fans.
the reason is it's a 9:30 in the morning game, so that might change people's kind
No,
of
it does,
routine.
but for some people, for that 36%, they're like, don't care, watch it no matter what. Now, the people who say no, those are the people, maybe they got work or church or something going on Sunday mornings, and a game being on in the morning messes with their Sunday schedule.
Yeah, I mean, I like the London game. Like I said, I went to London to watch the Phillies play the Mets, and it was one of the best sports experiences live I've ever had. It was so fun. Just a lot of energy. The place was really cool. You know, going to London, it gives you a reason to kind of go to London, and I loved it. So I'm a big fan of that, but I don't know how the Eagles, the fans right now, it seems they're mixed. 36% say they don't care. 31% said yes, they like it. 26% say no, they don't like it. And 5% say, yeah, I like it, and I want to go. So that is the news there. The full schedule will come out tomorrow night, and we'll break that all down. Sal Paolantonio on Friday at 5 o'clock for our annual breakdown of the schedule. Right now, it is a Football at 4 with Geoff Mosher. We got mailbag questions that we've been holding for Geoff, and we'll get to those. But, Geoff, 2 games have been released so far for the Eagles already. Thanksgiving against the Cowboys. So they will be in Dallas for Thanksgiving this year, and they will be in London this year against Jacksonville. So we do know 2 games. They do get the London game, but they are the road team in that game. They did not want to be a home team, but they will go to London, and then they will be on the road. Do you like the matchup with Dallas being on Thanksgiving Day? That's a week 12 kind of division game there.
Well, I might. I mean, I think it adds to it, of course, because it's Thanksgiving. I kind of want to know when that first game is played first, though, and that might be the first game. If it's like a Thanksgiving, then they play the Cowboys again in the season finale. But I like it more when the Eagles and Cowboys play later in the year than like last year when they played in the season opener. I didn't really like that.
Yeah, so it's a later game. I like that. And the fact, it is in Dallas. It is on Thanksgiving. The Eagles are 2-0 against Dallas on Thanksgiving. I know you get those high-profile holiday games. It always kind of adds to the intrigue of these rivalry games. A lot of times, they try to save them for primetime games, but it seems that the NFL has changed that a little bit. They are putting the highest of high-profile games on holidays and more stuff like this,
Well, Well, I mean, they're putting every game now. I mean, even holidays that aren't really holidays, like Black Friday, are now days that there are NFL games. So
Did you see this year they've now added a Thanksgiving Eve game?
Oh, there you go. See that? So to your point, I mean, we're getting, probably dangerously close to, seeing football on really unconventional days for quite a bit, especially if they go to an 18th game schedule. And then, of course, seeing them on streaming services, which, I really hope something changes about that in the future. I just think that the fan is really getting screwed, and they could do better than that.
Well, one of the things they also announced, CBS is giving up one of its 1 o'clock regional games to put on in a standalone Saturday game in like week 15 or something. So you're going to start to see some, more like the guy who has Sunday Ticket at 1 o'clock. They're just pulling games out of that 1 o'clock window and throwing them all over the place.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, you pay for that Sunday ticket, you think you're watching every game, and then you realize now you're not, and then you got to pay for more streaming services to watch those games that you used to get.
Yeah, so it will be interesting to see that schedule we drop tomorrow and see if there's any other. How many primetime games will the Eagles end up with? They've already got, I don't know, the international game is a solo window. I wouldn't say primetime. It's a 9:30 in the morning game. Then you have a holiday game. So I guess in addition to a holiday game and a London game, they can still get Mondays and Sundays and Thursdays. You might be playing on a lot of non-conventional days this year.
It certainly can be. I think we're getting close to that. And by the way, really interesting fact, the last time the Eagles were supposed to play Jacksonville in Jacksonville, I think was 2018, and they played that game in London, right, at Wembley Stadium. So if my calculations are correct, the Eagles actually have not played in Jacksonville, Florida since 2010.
Yeah, I know. Somebody texted me this morning, was like, again, they live down there. They were saying that they wanted to go, they were hoping to go to the game in Jacksonville to see the Eagles this year and not getting to get that opportunity. But guess what? London's a lot cooler than Jacksonville.
Yes. I would, although I've never been to London, I have been to Jacksonville, and I'm just going to automatically assume London's a lot cooler.
All right, we got a bunch of mailbag questions that have been sent in over the last couple of weeks for the Inside the Birds guys. We'll do a Mosher mailbag Wednesday here to get some off-season questions, and this is stuff that just has been kind of piling up since the draft that we've been getting from our listeners, 609-403-0973, and always at Mike Gill Show. You can send these in. We're going to start off with Steve in Galloway. Geoff, he wants to know, how much do you really think that Sean Mannion taking over as the offensive coordinator will change the look of this offense?
Oh, I think it will definitely. There's no question to me it's going to change the look of the offense. I don't believe that if things look clunky for the first few weeks like it did under Kellen Moore, that you're going to see the Eagles go back to running the same kind of Eagles offense that you've seen for the last 4 or 5 years. Because not only have they brought in Sean Mannion confidently to change what they have done, they've also changed the personnel to more fit, less of a shot play offense and more of a middle of the field type offense. We've talked about that. Mekhi Lemon, Stowers, Goddard's back, Devontae Smith, even Dontavian Wicks, who I think some people think is more of a shot play guy when he's really more of a middle of the field guy who has shot play abilities. I mean, they're completely designing their offense around the idea that they are going to run this scheme by hook or crook, Mike. So it will look different schematically in my mind for sure. Now, whether it looks better or worse, I couldn't tell you, but I don't think that this thing is just going to be a temporary look. And then if it's not right, you just start to see the old-fashioned hitch and slant offense again.
Ron in Marmora wants to know, Geoff, based on what you've heard, how different will the offensive line style be from what Jeff Stoutland brought to the table?
Yeah, I think that remains to be seen because while I don't want to contradict myself, I do expect Sean Mannion to come in here and run an offense that looks like his influences in either LA or Green Bay, but those two offenses are different as well. And they both run the ball differently. For example, the Rams used to be known for running a lot of outside zone, but they don't. They're mostly an inside zone duo. They actually ran the ball like the Eagles did for the last few years. The Packers run a lot of decent amount of what we call gap and power, which is not a zone blocking style. It's more of an alignment movement where you're pulling guards and you're trapping tackles and you're trying to get extra bodies into the second level, because Josh Jacobs is an inside runner. I mean, he's a very good running back, but he power runner. You watch him, he drags guys. Same thing with Kyron Williams with the Rams. So, I think that there will be an element of that kind of blocking, and the offensive line coaching will certainly expand a little bit beyond just inside zone now that Chris Cooper is coaching the offensive line. But I really do think that if Sean Mannion's a good coach, he's going to adapt to his personnel. And I don't think we've seen the last of just inside running or inside zone just because they're going to do some more outside zone or wide zone blocking.
Sam in Ventnor, is Andy Dalton viewed as a high-end insurance policy like Sam Howell was?
Yeah, I mean,
Sam in Ventnor ask a question because he liked the name Sam?
Sam I am. I don't think we can really put Andy Dalton and Sam Howell in the same high-end insurance policy conversation, because Andy Dalton's a 15-year pro, been to 3 Pro Bowls, played in playoff games, whereas, Sam Howell was like a guy who's been sort of a journeyman so far and as a third-round pick and floated around for a couple of franchises. But to the point Sam is trying to make, it's both. It's a little bit of both. We reported on Inside the Birds that Howie Roseman's always liked Andy Dalton and tried to get him before as a backup. But you wouldn't get a guy like that knowing that you have a really good backup in Tanner McKee if you didn't think that there was a chance that Tanner McKee could be gone before the start of the year, and you would need that quote-unquote high-end insurance policy.
All right, let's go to there you go. Tim in Wildwood. Reed Blankenship has gone to Houston. Safety spot opposite Andrew Makuba seems wide open. Do you see Marcus Epps starting? Maybe DeJean Carter. I guess that would be Michael Carter, correct? Yes.
Yeah. I don't see Marcus Epps starting. And I don't believe the Eagles want that. They haven't made too many moves, but you do hear Howie Roseman saying that he's not done at that position. Michael Carter will get a shot. They could give DeJean a look there. They'll probably sign somebody. They'll see what they've got in Cole Wisniewski. But if you were to really if I were to really take a hard stab at what they're going to do here, I would think Howie Roseman's going to look for something on the trade market right before the season, sort of like how he got CJ Gardner-Johnson a couple of years ago, the way he got Ronald Darby. I don't know who that person is. I've got some names that I think might be of interest and might be available, but would just be speculation. But I would think that they would trade to upgrade before anything else, and Marcus Epps would be the last resort if they had to.
All right, let's go to Kevin in Absecon. Kevin in Absecon says, thoughts on DeJean and Quignon in year 3, add in Woolen. How much better is this secondary?
I'm going to go ahead and think that Woolen, even with his flaws, is an upgrade over Adoree Jackson. I mean, he's longer, more athletic. So right then and there, your secondary, if you're only changing Adoree Jackson to Reek Woolen, that's pretty good. You're better. Although, again, they have to answer for that second safety
I think
spot.
we all just assume, right, that he's going to be stud Woolen that he was early in his Seattle. I mean, he's been up and down.
I don't assume that at all. I mean, I think he's going to be the player that he's basically been for most of his career, which is up and down. But that was also what Adoree Jackson has been. So I just assume Woolen's going to be a guy who probably won't play on first down, second down, he'll come in on passing downs, and then DeJean will slide back into the nickelback spot there. As long as he's not playing safety, and that's going to give them a pretty good second long third down defense.
This one is from Todd in Galloway. He wants to know, is the change, Geoff, in your mind from Campbell from Dean to Campbell, an upgrade or a downgrade?
So I think it's an upgrade in athleticism, in range, in the ability to run with tight ends and cover the middle of the field. I think it's a downgrade right now in terms of the run, playing downhill, getting off blocks, blitzing, which, I know people are going to say, what are you talking about? He was a great blitzer. He was an edge rusher in college. Absolutely. But there's a difference between being an edge rusher and then being an A-gap blitzer in a sim pressure that Nakobe Dean was unbelievable at. I mean, N'Kobe team would blow up really good running backs in pass pro like David Montgomery and who else? Josh Jacobs. I mean, he would just explode to the quarterback. How many big plays did he make hitting the quarterback last year, coming on a sim pressure, which is not a true blitz? That's something that I think that Campbell can be good at eventually, and maybe he'll bridge the gap quickly, and we'll see. But just from a glue guy, I think Campbell's, he's still, first of all, he's got to get his shoulders healthy. This is his second shoulder procedure that he's had in 2 years. So you have to worry a little bit about him staying on the field.
All right, let's go to James in Northfield, and he wants to know, will Lemon have an immediate impact? Geoff loved the segment, loved football at 4. Geoff is Geoff, but he went with Jeff. But
That's all right.
No bad,
Thanks,
no biggie. Geoff is a G. What, do you think Lemon has an immediate impact? Does he kind of get, work his way into this thing, or from day one is he bang?
Yeah, I mean, he should, as long as this talent he showed in college translated. He doesn't have to. If he's struggling, if he's dropping balls, Nelson Aguilar struggled year one. Anaya Smith struggled a couple of years ago, although that's a 5th-round pick compared to a 1st-round pick. Lemon's very pro-ready as far as the way he runs routes, what he knows. That's everything scouts told me he should day one. But if he were struggling, obviously your top 3 receivers could then be Smith, Wicks, and Marquise Brown. Okay, so it doesn't have to be. But if he's doing what he's supposed to do, he should be the inside receiver most times in your 11 personnel right away.
Yeah. Mark and Cape May, will Tank Bigsby have a bigger role this season? That's a good question, Mark.
It's a great question because, I mean, I can sit here and say he deserves it, he should, but, it comes back to the argument, how much do you want to take Saquon Barkley off the field, especially if the running game is a lot better next year than it was last year. Adam and I talk about this, and Andrew DeCecco on Inside the Birds all the time, and how good the Eagles have at depth at running back, because Bigsby averages 4.5 yards per carry for his career, and I think he averaged close to 6 yards per carry last year as an Eagle. Those are the kind of numbers that make you want to get him on the field more. But again, how much are you taking Saquon Barkley off the field?
Remains to be seen, right? We've had Adam on yesterday. Over-under was like 1,100 yards.
I would go with the over.
I think we both agreed on
last
that.
year was a terrible year for run blocking, honestly, for Saquon, right? And I think he got to 1,100 yards, did he not?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
All right, fire this one up. Will in Washington Township wants to know, Geoff, do you think they adequately filled the depth on the offensive line yet?
Well, I mean, they've got like 11 tackles. So I think, they're pretty good. Interior offensive line, they have a backup center in Drew Kendall. They like him. They thought he played well last year for the most part when he had to start in that resting starters game. He'll enter year 2. So that's a good thing. But they don't really, to me, have a good established top backup guard yet. I mean, you're talking right now, if they had to play a game today, your top backup guard is either Kendall is going to play guard where he's nearly never played before, or you got like Willie Lampkin. You got the rookie they just picked in the 6th round, Micah Morris. They were cross-training Holland Pierce there last year, but Holland Pierce is 6'8", 340 with an 80-something inch wingspan. He's a tackle. I mean, I get why Stoutland, after the Mekhi Becton thing, doesn't mind trying these guys at guard, and maybe it'll work, but he's a tackle. So you would like, with the injuries that you saw them have last year to Dickerson and Juergens, for them to have somebody who you feel really good about stepping in and playing guard right now if there's an injury. And, they just don't have that at the moment. Brett Toth is with San Francisco now.
All right, let's fit in another one here from Paul. There we go. Paul in the Villas. Andrew likes Cole Wisniewski as a sleeper. Geoff, who is a sleeper you like?
Well, yeah.
That was Andrew DeCecco who said he likes Cole Wisniewski as from the draft class as a guy who could help out.
Yeah, so a sleeper would have to be either a day 3 guy or – which the Eagles had, obviously Uar Bernard has never played football before. And the edge rusher was the last pick. Micah Morris. Morris is interesting because he only started for 1 year at Georgia. That's kind of the feedback I got from NFL scouts on why he didn't get drafted higher, because his athletic testing, Mike, was amazing. I mean, first of all, he's 6'5", 335, so it's great guard size, and he tested really well athletically. So he could possibly be that top backup guard. But I'll give you a different one. The rookie free agent tight end that they signed from Ole Miss. All right, I think his name is Daquan Wright. This guy averaged 16 yards a catch in college. Now, he should have been drafted. I think he had an injury, so he didn't do either stuff at the combine or a pro day. I forget what that is. But, I mean, he's an explosive tight end. And if he lights it up in camp, the way the tight end depth chart is, I mean, you got Goddard, you got Stowers, they're going to be on it. But after that, Johnny Munt's a blocker. And who else? Cam Latu has not really established himself, although, I would throw him into the sleeper mix. But if we're talking about guys who could just come out of nowhere, that tight end has a lot of explosion.
All right, Steven Ventnor, our buddy Steven Ventnor, who's always got trade ideas. He said, who's playing strong safety? This defense is historically good when we have a great player at that position. CJ, GJ, Malcolm Jenkins, etc.
I'm reluctant to use that term because ever since Vic Fangio has really been the coordinator, he hasn't had a quote-unquote strong safety or a quote-unquote post safety. I mean, obviously with Makuba's range and coverage ability, he can roam around there. And yeah, Blankenship would be more the guy to at the last minute to rotate into the box or play that robber coverage sometimes. So that's that. But that goes back to our point before. I don't know who the strong safety is going to be at this point. I think the Eagles may not have him on the roster at this moment.
Yeah, all right, Steve, thanks for that question, and everybody out there. I got a bunch more, but we'll save them for Geoff later on next time he's on because, we hit that summer portion. People will just keep filling up our bag with questions for the guys. Tomorrow, Andrew, is the eve of tomorrow night is the release, right? They do it at night now?
Yeah, 8 o'clock. Yeah. I mean, by 8 o'clock, half 99. If
everybody will know.
Schedule, no, yeah, it'll be out.
All right. Well, thanks to the listeners. Good stuff, everybody. Keep them coming. Always 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. At Mike Gill Show. You can send them there, and we'll continue to do a little Football 4 mailbag with Geoff and the guys right here on Football 4. Thanks, man.
All right. Thanks to the listeners. Really appreciate it. Those were good questions.
Yeah, good stuff. Appreciate it as always. Geoff Mosher here, Football at 4 on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. When you have a question and we get it in the mailbag, I mean, we try to get everybody kind of represented, all the different positions, but you can keep sending them in throughout the segment there, and we will try to fire off as many as we can. 609-403-0973. Hey, I want to tell you about my friends, over at Key Acura of Atlantic City. Right now through May 31st, gives you half the month still, even a little bit more. You can get into a Acura Integra for $199 a month for 36 months. Walk on over, ride on over, get a ride on over there, and go see my guy Rocco. I told you I was over there late last week, and I said, listen, I just want to check out the new Integra that I've been talking about. That's $199 a month. How do you have an Integra for $199 a month? Let me see this thing. And I'm jealous, man. It is a beautiful car. And I'm jealous of that car payment, $199 a month. I have 1 mile till empty on my car because I'm refusing to pay these gas prices. I am waiting and waiting and waiting. Gas prices are high, but $199 a month is low. Check out my guy Rocco, Key Acura of Atlantic City. Go see what all the excitement's about. The small but friendly dealer is C. Dealer for details. Big Flyers fan, big Sixers fan, big Phillies fan, big Eagles fan. All right, coming up, we got the Nuggets. We'll see what Nuggets thinks about the firing of Daryl Morey. That's at 5 o'clock, but when we come back, Evan Cohen is here. What does he think about Daryl Morey parting ways with the Sixers? Find out next.
I think Daryl Morey is the single most overrated executive in the history of sports. He's been to 2 conference finals in 19 seasons. He's never been to the NBA finals. His team's record in the postseason with him running the team, 79 and 79. The 2 worst contracts in the National Basketball Association are ones that he signed. He does not believe in chemistry, famously, just believes in the analytics of the sport. He is a brilliant man. I understand that when it comes to the analytics, zone conference, etc. He is not someone that should ever run an NBA team again. He is definitively not good at the winning thing. And he carries himself in a way that you would think he is Masai Ujiri and Bob Myers and Pat Riley and Jerry West combined.
Evan Cohen this morning on Unsportsmanlike. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. He is not good at this winning thing. And they parted ways because of it. Or was it because of it? Well, let's see what Evan Cohen has to say as we have him now live for an Unsportsmanlike moment of the day right now on the Sports Bash. He is the host of Unsportsmanlike weekday mornings 6 to 10 on 97.3 ESPN. Evan Cohen's here, everybody. Welcome back, Evan Cohen. How are you, buddy?
Mike, how are you? How's everything?
Everything's good. I mean, last night it was funny. As I got done the show yesterday, we have had the Flyers and the Sixers, and it's been crazy. And then everything kind of came crashing down. I said to my producer, Josh, I said, man, what are we going to kind of discuss? And then around 7 o'clock last night, I got an email from the 76ers that said they have decided to, quote, part ways with Daryl Morey. And I would ask you, did they part ways with Daryl Morey because they thought he did a bad job and he deserved to be fired? Or was this the only thing they could do to basically change this team around?
No, I don't. I have to assume that they parted ways with him because they did not think he did a good job, both in terms of the winning thing. And just to be clear, the winning thing, and the reason I kept going back to that, is there's been a soundbite we've played for the better part of the last year for an interview that he did where in the interview, he being Morey, in the interview, he unsolicited just said, I'm pretty good at the winning thing.
Yes,
famously. Which is just an amazing thing to say for someone who has never won a championship, never been to the finals, and in 19 years as a general manager at Houston and Philly, has only been to the conference finals twice. As a point of comparison, the Minnesota Timberwolves have been in the conference finals each of the last 2 years, and now the New York Knicks have been in the conference finals each of the last 2 years. So it took those franchises to do in 2 years what Daryl Morey needed 19 to do, and he claims he's pretty good at the winning thing. So not only, Mike, is he not pretty good at the winning thing, I don't think he creates an environment that allows for teams to be pretty good at the winning thing. And so as a result, I would tell you that he, in my opinion, outside looking in, they parted ways with him because they did not believe he could do the thing that he said he was good at, which was win.
Evan, why do you think he has why is he have such a good reputation in league circles? There's a lot of people who think, that he is a very good executive and that he did a good job in Houston and he came here. Look, there's a lot of people here that think he did do a good job. He just was dealt a bad hand with Joel Embiid and the health and, all the constraints from ownership.
Yeah. Why do I think he has a good reputation? Why does anyone in life
do you think that he does have a good reputation? Am I wrong about that?
No. I agree with you. I think he has a lot of supporters. I think anyone that has a good reputation doing anything in life has people vouching for them, right? So how do you get people to vouch for you? Either you're just so great at what you do or you're so great in your community without ever saying a word. I'm sure there's someone in the Atlantic City community that is so awesome that she or he doesn't have to say a word about themselves, that they have an amazing reputation for all they do, right? Then there's probably someone else in the AC community that does an unbelievable job of befriending so many people where they vouch for the person. Oh, they're so good. at what they do. They're so wonderful as a person. And I think Daryl Morey has done an unbelievable job at befriending enough people in enough places in and around basketball that people are going to stand up for their acquaintance, for their associate, and for their friend.
Okay.
I get that. There are other people that don't care at all about befriending anyone and just want their work to speak for itself. Let's call that person, I don't know, Sam Presti, who's the general manager and team president of the Oklahoma City Thunder. I can't name one person in the media that has a big-time relationship with him that I know of. That doesn't mean it's not true, that it doesn't happen, but he is famously reserved in that regard and doesn't want to do that. I think Daryl Morey is brilliant at bringing enough people behind the curtain on things where they feel like this guy is really smart. Because you know what, Mike? He is really smart. But being really smart and being really good at building a championship caliber team, that's not the same thing.
Is the thought of Evan Cohen's with us on Sportsmanlike, our Unsportsmanlike Moment of the day, looking at Daryl Morey. When he got here, he had, had some success in Houston, but never won a championship. He ran into those Warriors teams. They had those Warriors teams down. But it just...
Whoa, hold on, Mike.
Yep.
They lost to the Warriors every year
Yeah.
per you and I, not per him. Listen to what I just said. It is one of the most ridiculous things any human being could ever utter. They lost to the Warriors every year per you and I, but not per him. How is it possible that a playoff series could be debated as to the winner? Well, Josh can look this up. You can look this up. Daryl Morey presented to the majority governor of the Houston Rockets, Tillman Fertitta, a case that the numbers backed up that the Rockets actually won a series that they lost. I'm not kidding when I tell you that.
Right. Well, the thought is they had them down 3-1. Chris Paul got hurt, and they essentially, the thought would be if Chris Paul doesn't get hurt, they probably beat those Warriors that are thought to be one of the greatest runs that we've seen.
Mike, how can you claim you won a series?
Oh, that's
based on your
asinine.
Analytics.
Yes.
But he did. He did do that. How can you then go out there and run a team where the only three shots you believe you should take are three-pointer, dunk, or free throw, so much so that his Rockets team missed 27 straight three-pointers in a playoff game against the Warriors. He tried to audit a game retroactively after it happened by complaining to the league. In Philadelphia, he so much did not care about the chemistry part of things, just did not care, and would make move after move after move with no thought of that because the numbers would, in his mind, work. You talk about, all the stuff with Embiid and Paul George. He signed them to a contract that, both of them, that people would rank as the first and second worst contracts, or the worst and second worst contracts in the entire league. And he aligns those two guys with Maxey and then Edgecombe, who are great.
Well, like most things, Evan, there's a lot more to untangle with those two signings than meets the eye.
Mike, I got to ask you a question.
Yeah, sure.
I got to ask you a question. Because this is Daryl Morey, so people know this. And maybe I'm crossing a line, and I'm sorry if I am. Do you know him personally?
I've never met Daryl Morey in my life.
Okay. I ask that because I think that's a lot of the direction that people go. It's either those that know him or those that don't. And it's really interesting how that works.
Well, and I was going to ask you, okay, there's a lot of people, we asked yesterday, for people to give us a word to describe Daryl Morey, because I think this is a lot of it. They think he's pompous. They think he's arrogant. He's just an unrelatable guy. And I think because he's so unrelatable that he is prejudged before he's done anything is, I just don't like this guy. He's arrogant. He's pompous. I can't relate to him. And people just don't like, he's just not a likable guy.
Sure. But, like, I don't know. Like, there are other okay.
I will say to you like this.
Is
Like,
Bill Belichick a likable guy to the masses?
he won. He could be unlikable.
Right.
You know?
Right.
There was a time here, Evan,
Morey,
believe it or not.
Yeah.
And I'm not comparing the two. There was a time here where there was a guy by the name of Howie Roseman who was the most despised sports figure in this town. People wanted him gone. Why? Because they thought he was smarter than the room. Like, he thought that he knew more than everybody. And that is not connecting with the fans. But when he won, he's now the most popular sports figure in the city, and it's not even close. Morey has never been able to win to gain that over. He has been disliked just because they just don't like him.
Okay, I'm glad you did that comp. Howie Roseman, when he was relegated to whatever role he was relegated to when Chip Kelly was there, obviously was looked at one way, and then since then has been looked at a completely different way, as you and I know.
Yes. Howie
Roseman has had a body of work. How many years has Howie Roseman been the general manager of the Eagles? Do we know?
First tour, he was there for, he's been with the organization for over 20 years.
In the role he's currently in, decision making.
Well, 2016 is when Kelly was fired and Peterson took over.
Okay, so 2016.
So 10 years he's been the GM.
10 years. He's won 2 Super Bowls, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he went to a third, right?
2 Super Bowls, went to a third, yes.
Okay. So he has 3 more Super Bowl appearances in 10 years. Then Daryl Morey has finals appearances. Then Daryl Morey has conference finals appearances in 19 years in a much harder sport to make the playoffs in the NFL and in a much harder sport to advance in the playoffs in the NFL.
Well, I think you could certainly look at the NBA, though, and say in football, there's this, outside the Chiefs, it's a different matchup. But you can see the difference in football is you can be bad.
Hold on a second. Wait a second. If Chris Paul doesn't get hurt, they win that series. Carson Wentz got hurt. They won the Super Bowl.
Okay, but I think you would agree that football, you can be the Patriots bad one year, and the rules of football allow you to tear it down and get right back up the next year. In basketball, you cannot. You are so constrained by caps and stuff. Like right now,
this is a guy, Mike. This is the guy that thinks he's smarter than everyone at the stuff you're talking about. The caps, the numbers, the creativity around the contracts. Oh, he was saddled with Embiid. He signed the contract. And if Daryl Morey is so great and he thinks, and you want to blame Josh Harris in the governorship group, then walk away. Walk away. Tell him I can't do this.
Yeah.
I can't do this. And by the way, he makes $1 gazillion, and at that point, he would have been scooped up by another team. Walk away. You know what? Bob Myers will never admit to this, and I'm not. This is such a leap by me, but I've said this since the beginning. I think one of the multiple reasons Bob Myers, I think, walked away from the Warriors. One of the reasons, is he knew he could not re-sign the guys that got him the ring.
Oh, I agree that he didn't want to be the guy to make the decision to break that crew up.
And he thought he had to for the sake of the team, and as a result, he walked away.
I agree with that.
That's not the only reason, obviously, because Bob Myers is so good at so many things that he realized, in a weird way, basketball is limiting what I can do as a businessman.
Here's the crux of a lot of this. Evan Cohen with us, by the way, Unsportsmanlike, weekday morning 6 to 10. So the whole James Harden thing, if you recall, this whole thing was that he said that Morey lied to him. So essentially the story was that Morey said they would extend him, but Morey knew he couldn't extend him when he wanted to because he was trying to get the cap space. He ended up getting that cap space, but because Harden had a hissy fit, he then had to trade Harden, which turned out to be a pretty good deal, by the way, because they have these picks down the road, which he won't get to make now. However, part of getting the cap space was they had to spend it in the year they had the money, which was when Paul George was available. But he got them out of the salary cap hell that they were in. The unfortunate part is when they had cap space, the player that was available was George.
Okay, well, but here's my issue with this. First of all, I would never personally acquire James Harden in the first place. Okay, that's for me. Hall of Famer, yes. MVP, yes. Does he play every game? Yes. He's like the exact opposite of Ben Simmons, who I know they traded for, but like he's the exact opposite on so many levels of Ben Simmons, right?
Yeah.
Plays every game, wants to score at all times. Ben Simmons plays no games, never wants to score. Okay, so you got the exact opposite. He's waiting on the tarmac for him, which means not only do you not believe in chemistry, you are openly ranking people by acting differently for one player than you do the rest, which I'm fine in life. If you want to rank people, I'm not fine if you don't let it be known, right? If you run a business and you say to your business, your top salesperson is so great at sales and in culture, and she or he, in essence, pays for the rest of the office, so they're going to get things that other people don't get, I'm fine. Just tell everybody that. Like, that's cool. No big deal to me. They've earned that right? But he's ranking people in that way. He said that he believes that James Harden is a better offensive player than Michael Jeffrey Jordan.
So that's asinine.
That guy, James Harden, led that team to, like Daryl Morey, absolutely nothing. Mm-hmm. Literally nothing in terms of postseason success.
I just feel like it's a polarizing, like people, I feel like, listen.
What's polarizing? Well, he doesn't win.
I get that.
If you want to continue,
I don't argue that he hasn't won. I have said he did a good job. Not great. He's not elite. But I think because that he has a good reputation in NBA circles, people act like he's like considered some elite mind in this game. And I've said, He here in Philly, I think he did a good job, not a great job. You know, they won last year. I thought was the worst season in the history of the franchise, based on the expectations. And you enter that season into his win-loss here, they still won about 60% of their games, and he took over a team that was in a terrible cap situation, got him out of that problem, and
no, he didn't.
Well, he put them
right back in it.
They're right back in it, yes. Well, the Embiid thing, I don't know about you.
You say Paul George was a free agent at the time, right? That was the only guy. Well, guess what? I think, in my opinion, there's times where these teams have cap space, and the more creative general managers, like, I don't know, Sam Presti, will look at it and say, I don't know that Paul George makes any sense with the group we have, and I don't know years from now if he makes sense. So instead of signing someone that for 4 years,
I hated the deal, by the way. Hated the deal.
Right. Okay. Guess what? And we would have to go look back, and this is revisionist history. But someone who's so smart like Morey and way smarter than you and I would be, did he consider this option? Hey, NBA, it's me, Daryl Morey, smart guy. We have more cap space than anyone. Who wants to buy their way into it? Who wants to give me 2 to 3 first-rounders to take on your bad contract that inevitably would be for less years than Paul George, and now I'm going to be loaded with picks to ultimately align young players with Tyrese Maxey? Open for business, because I'm not going to pull the trigger for the sake of it, because I'm Daryl Morey and I'm smarter than everyone. Well, that's what Sam Presti did.
I think that you're right. And I also think that the concept of that the ownership group, this is where they get involved. It's they had an attraction in Joel Embiid, who was the MVP of the league and then was playing better the next year than the year that he won the MVP. And they're thinking, that's our attraction. He's our golden goose. We can't let this guy walk away. So the only way to get George to agree to come here was they had to also sign Embiid.
Yeah, well, 2 bad signings.
Yes.
And I think there were other options that you could have gone with. Like I just said, I would have to. I can't give you.
No, you're fair to say that. Listen, 100%. I would ask you this question, okay? You guys were discussing this in the morning. I thought Michelle, she was our unsportsmanlike moment yesterday. I thought she made an interesting point. Many people equate the fact that they lost purposely, and that's part of the reason why they are here. Oklahoma City has essentially said, well, we lost purposely too, and it's worked out well for us. Does the losing
Not
purposely?
with the people that are there, though, Mike.
Well, that's what I'm
That's
saying.
different.
How much did that decision on how they got Embiid and what he went through factor into why they are where they are?
Okay, good. I'm glad you went here. The exact way we phrased it, because I have said it is almost unfair to Joel Embiid to expect him to understand, not based on intelligence, based on experience, understand how to win because he has never been trained how to operate a winning organization. And Michelle added on to that by saying, in essence, he's been infected with losing. I know I am biased. Again, we started this talking about bias with Morey and reputation and all that kind of stuff. So let's be clear. I am 1,000% biased towards the Miami Heat, a team I am a fan of, and the way in which they operate. I do not have a relationship with Pat Riley. Have I interviewed him? Yes. Eric Spoelstra, no relationship. Interviewed? Yes. The organization as a whole has been very good to the people that I've worked with forever. Okay? I want to acknowledge that up front. I think that's important. All of that said, I believe if Joel Embiid was on the Miami Heat today, he would show up to 601 Biscayne Boulevard, their facility in Miami, and say, what the hell is all of this?
Hey, listen, I have opined here, Evan.
It's a different business. Mike, you and I have been in radio forever. We've developed a great relationship. If you put us in at a newspaper tomorrow, that's an entirely different field that we'd be in. We wouldn't be as advanced as maybe we are today. I don't think the way that Joel Embiid has been coached, trained, operated, how everything's done in Philly, I don't even think it's the same industry as the way that Pat Riley
I
was.
agree. I said, Evan, I would like to see Embiid traded, not because I don't like Embiid, not because I think he stinks, for no other reason, is I want to see how a real organization would handle him.
That is right.
Yes.
That's right. And by the way, Mike, let me ask you this, because those that are listening to us right now, they may say, well, wait a minute. Hinkie's long gone. Colangelo, Brett Brown, Doc Rivers, now more. They're all gone. Like, at some point, it's on Embiid. Totally get it. My guess is he has his ways based on his experiences, and they likely abide by his ways, and his ways that were initially ingrained in him have not been shaken out of him because he doesn't know any better, and they are almost, or have been maybe afraid to do anything with it. Where if he goes to an organization like Miami, if he goes to an organization like Oklahoma City or Boston or any organization that you would deem of high character, discipline organization, he would show up and would not have a leg to stand on. Miami would not care that you're a former MVP because you're not a former MVP for them. He wouldn't even be allowed to practice. You know that?
Yeah.
Not because they would not let him practice because there's no way he'd pass the conditioning test.
Yeah. Well,
Think about that.
I'll tell you what. Bob Myers is now in control here. It'll be interesting to see if that all changes.
Well, that's right. And that's why, I mean, who do you think is going to run the team?
Well, the draft is.
Who do you think he's going to hire?
There's a lot of speculation already of stuff. You know, the draft is the day or two after the NBA Finals if it goes 7 games, which I don't think it will. I think Oklahoma City will probably win in 6, so there'll be like 5 days after that. Will he still be looking to see who runs the team? Does he get the itch to do it again and just kind of keep Brand in charge and Brand reports to him? Shams reported earlier today that the new guy will work like with him, so that is interesting. Him being a part of all this thing has certainly added another dimension.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you the name that has been rumored, and I'm not breaking any news because it's been out there, is one that's very interesting to me in terms of the discipline part of it, and that's Iguodala. Because let me tell you something, Andre Iguodala is not going to take any crap from anyone. And if he has the direct line to Bob Myers every day, as he does, if that's the guy, you're not playing games with him.
Well,
he is going to have a level of expectation that you better meet.
and by the way, we never even got to the fact that they're keeping the coach.
Well, let's not so fast, my friend, so to speak. The Lee Corso line. I think that part was really smart. If you say the next person will evaluate the coach, we now have an entirely new news cycle of drama around the Sixers that's completely unneeded. What I think is smart, don't say you're going to keep him. Whoever it is that comes in gets to evaluate Nick Nurse, and if he's not there, surprise us with that on a random Shams report that we don't see coming, that there's no buildup, and then let that person say, we've made the decision, it was my decision, I'm going to hire a new head coach. Don't add to the drama that's been there for as long. I mean, Morey is a walking press conference in terms of drama. Not press. He's literally a walking trending topic on Twitter is what he is, because I know he doesn't do the press conferences. You get what I'm saying. Yeah. You don't need to add to the drama. I think they squashed a little bit of that in this scenario here.
Excellent edition of the Unsportsmanlike Moment of the day today. It was live with Evan Cohen, and you can listen to him weekday morning 6 to 10 right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Evan Cohen, get some more rest, man. You sound cranky.
All right, wow. No, I thought this was cranky.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
You.
It's more the fact that I'm sure you've been up since 3 o'clock. Do you nap?
No, I don't care. No naps. Can't nap.
Right.
But and if I do sound cranky, I apologize to the audience because I love 97.3 and I love Mike Gill. It's not about my crankiness towards you. It's honestly my frustration towards the fact that we could debate this specific job that this specific person did, and I'm not rooting for him to lose his job or anything like that. I don't actually understand how he's such a known commodity without titles. And I know you're running out of time, but Kevin Pritchard. Who's debating Kevin Pritchard, the Pacers executive, outside of the statement he made? That guy has been so much more successful than Morey, and nobody knows his name.
Yeah. Well, Morey's very high profile. I mean, those runs with Houston, was when they're against one of the greatest runs of all time in the Warriors, and they were the adversary.
Okay, but how many people know Rick Welch's name, who was the president of the Warriors, and who I believe is in the Hall of Fame during that same time? Anybody?
Well, those guys get less. You're right.
Okay, I mean, what are we talking about here? How many people? If I said to you, do you know who Kobe Altman is? Any idea?
I think he was a soccer player.
He's the general manager, team president. Actually, no, you should know this because it's a ton of West Virginia guys in that front office.
He's in Cleveland. Yeah, he's in Cleveland. He's in Cleveland with Gansey. Yeah. Yes.
Right. Okay, but you get my overall point. He brings the attention upon himself, and we sit here and we debate it, and it's national news. For what? That's the crankiness. 19 years, 2 conference finals, and it's a no-brainer local topic for you, and it's a no-brainer national topic for me. Why?
Some people, man, I tell you, they're polarizing for whatever reason, and I think it's because he, as you said, threes are better than twos, dunks, and when you are that kind of guy, people either like you or they don't like you, which then spawns conversation.
Understood. Sorry if I'm cranky. I apologize.
You're not cranky. I just figured that I'd get you more riled up because now you've got Josh staring at me that I need to play a break. All right, man. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Sorry, Josh. Thanks, Mike.
See you. There you go. It's our Unsportsmanlike Moment of the day. We ran a little long. Nuggets is on the way. Nuggets will be okay. He's hanging in there. He's hanging in the green room, ready to go. Knicks Nuggets on the way. Good stuff from Evan Cohen. He is not a Daryl Morey fan. I've said, listen, I think Daryl's done a good job. Not great. I don't know. It's like, how dare you think a guy's done a good job? Not a great job. In our world, he has to either be elite or awful. There can never be in the middle. I think he's just done a good job. I don't think he's anything special. I don't think he's elite. I don't think he's great. I think he's done a good job. He's done a good job. By the way, he said, I'm pretty good at this winning thing, which was obtuse. but he has a winning record in 19 out of his 21 seasons. It's not bad. I mean, jeez. Call me crazy. All right, Nuggets next. All right, 5 o'clock hour. We ran a little long with Evan Cohen there. Good stuff, everybody, on the text board. The White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. A lot of good reaction there. Appreciate him, as always. Good stuff. He wasn't really cranky. I was just kidding around. He's just not a big Morey guy. So I figured I'd, get him going a little bit more. And that continued the conversation. Nuggets was waiting patiently in the green room, if you're watching on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. And there he is. It's time for today's edition of the Nuggets on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. What's up, man?
You gotta love Evan Cohen and his hatred of Daryl Morey. Now, when we go to Radio Row next year, I know what to bring Evan Cohen, and I love Daryl Morey T-shirt. That's what I think we're gonna get him for Radio Row next year when we see him out there again. 'Cause that's usually what we see him in person. We got to get him a nice T-shirt because he seems to be his number one fan. I mean, he's just his number one fan in Bizarro world, to say the least.
Yeah, he hasn't been the biggest fan of Morey over the years. And listen, I totally acknowledge and understand that not everybody likes Morey. Some people, though, judge things very black and white. It's either you are great or you stink. Not a lot of people are willing to say you are, like I said, do I think Morey's an elite general manager? No. I think he's good, not great. So he's not elite. He's not great. I think he's good. I don't think he stinks. I mean, the guy has had 2 losing seasons in 20 years.
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to say the guy stinks when he's had 2 losing seasons in 20 years. So I said, he's good. He's not great. He's just good. How can people not understand that?
His time had run its course here. He made he made some really good moves when he first got here throughout his tenure here, getting rid of the Al Horford contract. He drafted very well. He drafted Maxey. He drafted McCain. He drafted VJ Edgecombe. He drafted very well. There were some good things about Morey that he did here, but there was also some very big clunkers. Trading McCain, the Embiid extension, was going after Paul George the right decision. His philosophy, did it time out with where it is? And we'll start with that nugget number 1 and Daryl Morey being fired. His philosophy is that you win with stars. You need a star player to win. And that was clear, right? He goes out, he re-signs Embiid. He goes out, he gets James Harden, trades Ben Simmons for Harden. They get rid of Harden. They bring in Paul George. That was his philosophy. And that may have worked 10, 15 years ago when big threes were becoming really prevalent over the years. Nowadays, things have evolved. Things have changed. And Daryl Morey's done a lot for the game analytically, especially when he was in Houston. He was kind of the guy who pushed forward analytics into the game of basketball. He had a lot to do with the uprising in the game. However, his time, his starting, and his philosophy has started to be timed out. And you saw that case right here, right now. They had no depth. They were old and star heavy, and it did not work. You look at the New York Knicks, depth, and they have guys on the wing who could shoot, etc. They have a star in Jalen Brunson, but after that, they have some really good players around him and not just all max contracts.
Listen, I agree. I think he's done a good job, not a great job. If he was doing a great job, they would have more depth. He did a good job of drafting Maxey, drafting Maxey, drafting Edgecombe. I love the fact that he drafted McCain. I don't like the fact that he traded him. Now, do I think he's the sole reason why they traded him? I don't think he's the reason.
He's not. And that was
the Paul
by
George.
Jake Fisher.
Yeah. Say that again?
That was confirmed by Jake Fisher that ownership told him to get under the tax. I mean, that's why they traded McCain.
I might be in the minority here. I understand that because many people see things as very black and white. He's the GM. He signed Paul George. He's the GM. He signed Joel Embiid. I look at things a little bit more nuanced than that. To me, I think ownership was mandating, like, hey, we need to get Joel back here. We cannot let him go. He is our golden goose. We fill this building every single night, so we're signing Joel. What can we put around Joel? Well, if you want to sign Joel, I'll go out and get somebody. Because when he got here, he had to get rid of Al Horford, and then he got rid of Richardson, and he started to get rid of those bad contracts. And if you remember, and this is the one that tips things off for me, the whole thing with James Harden happened because he didn't want to give Harden the extension because he wanted the cap space. And then Harden said that he lied to him when Morey was trying to help the team out. He was saying, I can't give you that extension because if I give you the extension, we're not going to have the cap space to be a player in free agency. So you're going to have to wait for the extension. Well, then what happened was he didn't play as well as they would have hoped, and Morey was kind of like, I don't know that I want to give you that extension now.
Well, Harden came back on that, I believe it was that 1-year deal, and he assumed he was going to get that extension the following year. And that's what led to the China thing where he's like, Daryl Morey, you're the liar.
Right, because Morey must have said, hey, listen, do us a favor here. And if you do this, we'll have cap space that I can go get free agents. Well, what ends up happening is he signs the 1-year deal, and then Morey says he didn't play as well as I would have hoped. I don't know that I want to give him that extension. And then that starts the whole Harden thing saying you lied to me. But in reality, Morey was actually doing a good thing by saying, I don't want to give you the extension. I don't think it's a good move.
Yeah, well, listen, that whole thing, I can't believe that was like 3 years ago now, which is crazy in and of itself. Listen, he made some mistakes. And I believe I saw a report that he was the one who pushed for the Embiid extension and that ownership had a little bit of, I don't know about that, reservations about giving Embiid the extension. So, listen, did he do a great job? No. Did he make some very big mistakes? Yes. Towards the end, absolutely. But now you have Bob Myers, and he's going to be making the decision on who they're hiring. Apparently, they're going to work in cohesiveness. They're going to be in a cohesive unit, essentially, with Bob Myers and working to put this team out on the floor. It's very interesting. And you know what else? I was texting you and Josh last night about this. They kept the coach. They kept the coach again. When they hired Daryl Morey the first time, they kept the coach. And he had to fire and get a new coach anyway. So it starts at ownership. You can blame Morey all you want. Yes, did he make mistakes? Sure. But this all comes from the top. The reason they're in this predicament is because of what goes on at the top of the ladder and Josh Harris and ownership.
Oh, listen, I would say the blame for me starts at the ownership group and whether or not – listen, the ownership group, to me, and the Embiid thing – I think the ownership, like you said, you saw reports that I have not seen those reports. I'd like to see those reports because to me, the Embiid thing is ownership. You don't agree to sign Joel Embiid for $58 million a season if you don't think it's a good move, right? You don't say, you know what, I don't really like that decision, but you know what, I'll do it. No, that doesn't make any sense. $58 million, there's no way you just willy-nilly that thing. To me, they are number one in attendance. They're top 5 in merchandise. They're on Christmas Day and national television every single year. Joel Embiid is the MVP of the league. He comes back the next year, and he's having a better season. They wanted to get in early on him before he hit them at the end of that deal. If he was still playing at the same level that he was when he was the MVP, they were saying, we're going to get him at a bargain as opposed to getting crushed.
I think it was last year I brought it up on Nuggets. And I think I posed the question to you and the audience, would you give Joel Embiid a contract extension? Because we knew it was coming up and the contract that he was currently on was expiring. And I was a little hesitant, especially before the knee injury, before he had the surgery, etc., and came back. I was a little hesitant. I don't know if you want to give him that contract at this age heading into his mid-30s. Do you think you're going to get a healthy Joel Embiid throughout the rest of his career? So far, with the contract not even starting yet, that's not really the case.
Well, listen, this will be interesting because this will be like very revisionist history. If Joel, who has said now that the knee injuries are behind him, and he says, I am now confident that the knees are no longer a problem. So will we be looking back at this deal and saying, hey, you know what? Joel's played 70 games or 65 games or 55 games, and it's worked out for them. We're saying it now with the injuries that he's had to those knees. But if he's being truthful and he's over the knee injuries, maybe they did work. Maybe it does work out for them. Who knows?
Yeah, but then we're doing the same thing again. You know what I mean? Then we're doing the same thing over again. Oh, is he going to be hurt? Well, now this time it's actually an elbow. Oh, this time it's actually a calf. This time it's a foot. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to be doing that again. And it's unfortunate, but was that the right call? I don't know. And listen, you can blame Morey for everything. That's fine. That's your prerogative. But it really starts with ownership. And what they've directed their GM to do and everyone else to do and the way things have gone on the basketball side. I'm not talking about the business side. Business side's been fine. We know he's making a couple of bucks. Doesn't matter if Knicks fans are in that seat, in those seats or not. If it's Sixer fan, Knicks fans, doesn't matter. They're making a couple buckaroos, all right, in ownership. That's where it starts on the basketball side.
The what's it called? They are not the first team to try to get out ahead of signing a player before their value. The Phillies did it with Ryan Howard, and that blew up in their faces too. But the whole point was, let's sign him now before the check gets even bigger if he keeps performing at the level that he's performed at. And keep in mind, Joel had been the MVP of the league and was playing at a higher level the next year.
We'll see. We'll see how it shakes out. But Bob Myers leading the charge, Mike. Having someone work with him, keeping the coach, I'm already smelling like I don't love the way it's already kind of been portrayed as they've put it out there.
Yeah, I don't like the whole idea of it, but we were talking with Paul Hudrick earlier, and he kind of broke it down as to why they do this. If you fire the coach right now, and look, you could have fired both of them and just said, let's just start new. Now you've got the new guy that you've got to hire that guy. Then that guy's got to find a coach. So I think they just said, you know what? The coach is up in the air because he's been so hamstrung with the injuries. And I think Bob Myers vouches for the coach by saying, guys, we got a good coach here. Let's stick it out with this guy.
And listen, I think Nick Nurse has been dealt a rough hand with different lineups every night. It's who knows? You can't get any cohesiveness together on the floor with everybody playing together. So I agree in that aspect. But usually you have the new GM pick his guy for what he wants to do. That's all.
Yep, absolutely. And the new GM will have a year to evaluate Nurse. He's on the last year of his deal, and they'll go from there.
Yep, another year wasted of Joel.
I wouldn't have brought Nurse back.
I
think that they looked at it and said, listen, Nurse got dealt a bad hand with all the injuries. We have to do something. We have Bob Myers here. That's the way to go. We'll just get rid of Morey because the fans will like that move. They'll be on. They want the fans to back their decision. Getting rid of Morey, the fans are on board with that.
Yeah. You have to fire somebody. Someone's got to lose their job when it goes like this. All right, moving along, nugget number 2. I know we have probably a couple more minutes here. I saved this nugget. It was more of a fun nugget. And it kind of fits today because Daryl Morey gets fired, etc. And over the weekend, they had the roast of Kevin Hart. They do those roasts every once in a while. Tom Brady did it a couple of years ago. So I wanted to put it out to you, the audience. If you want to text in a name, go ahead, 609-403-0973. I'll let you guys sit on that for a little bit as well. Who would be the best current Philly sports figure to sit down and get roasted, Mike Gill? Coach, player, owner, GM, who would be the best one? And you could take it any way. Would they be a good sport, or do they deserve to be roasted? Whatever it may be. Who in Philly sports right now would be the best roast?
I'm going to go with, I think, Nick Sirianni.
Oh, I like that one. That's a good one.
Yeah, because you'll get jokes of like, what does this guy even do? Stuff down that road. I think Nick's probably a guy that can probably laugh, self-deprecate himself. I definitely think that Sirianni, even Howie Roseman might be good in that role of getting roasted because, he's the most popular guy, much like a Brady where you're the most popular guy. Yep. It would be fun to hear how you take the criticism, of the stuff that people think that you do poorly, which you don't get to hear all that much. So those two guys would probably be at the top of the list for me.
I think Sirianni's a great one. I think Sirianni would be at the top of my list as well. I'd also go Brandon Marsh. You got the lefties, the long hair, the beard, the water, the whole nine. I think Brandon Marsh would be a fantastic candidate for a roast as well.
Yeah, Phillies don't have a lot of personality on that team. He's one of the few guys that does have a little personality.
Yeah, I would go. I think if I had to pick
Although,
one,
how about Alec Boehm? Let Boehm get roasted so people will probably make fun, jokes about his girlfriend, because she's a little higher profile than he is.
Yeah. Would Boehm be able to take it, though? That's
I
the
don't
thing.
think so.
Like, Sirianni's the perfect candidate for this. Like, you can roast him about buzzing his hair, going nuts on the sideline. What do you actually do as head coach? I think I'm with you on Sirianni. That was the one I wrote down, was Nick Sirianni and Brandon Marsh were my two.
Yeah, I think Sirianni and Roseman would probably be the two guys that would stick out to me.
Can you roast Roseman, though? Because, like, there
was a time that I was talking about this with Evan Cohen. There was a time where Howie Roseman was the most despised sports figure in the city.
Yeah.
And we were talking about this. Roseman was the most despised sports figure in the city, and there wasn't even a number two to bring up to compete with him.
Could you I'm trying to think anyone. Maybe Nick Nurse. I think you could probably go Nurse.
As what?
As you could roast Nurse. I think Nurse would be another guy because he goes nuts on the sidelines.
Nurse is a really odd dude.
I think that's why it would work. That's why.
Not sure.
I think the ones you could get him on, he's always flipping out on the sideline, right?
Yeah, but outside of those antics on the sideline, like he's very, I don't know. No, I think he's very quirky.
This is why Sirianni's the best candidate, because he is quirky. He's buzzed his hair. He's won a Super Bowl. You get him for a number of different things. What does he actually do as a head coach? Like, there's plenty of things with Sirianni.
I mean,
Sirianni's the perfect figure.
You could put Joel in there and hear how much they mock him for being late or not showing up, or he's hurt. You're going to play. You're not going to play. I don't know that he can take it.
That's what you have to have the whole package. You got to be able to take it. Sirianni would be able to take it. That's for sure.
Brady was a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, there were times he got uncomfortable, for sure. When they brought up his ex-wife, the whole thing, they got him on that one. And then they had Draymond Green roasting. How about that? Didn't expect that one. The podcaster, Draymond Green.
I saw highlights of the thing. I didn't watch it.
Yeah, I'm with you on Sirianni. I think he'd be the perfect candidate right now, currently in Philly sports, to roast, no doubt.
That's a good question, though. It's a fun one, but I go Sirianni would be probably one. Roseman would probably be two.
Okay. I would go Marsh and Sirianni are my two.
Marsh just isn't high profile enough.
Yeah, but I think Marsh would make it fun. You would have fun at a Brandon Marsh roast.
Yeah, I don't know. Just, again, not high profile enough.
All right. There you go, Mike. I got a 2-pack in for you. He's having cut into my time.
Yeah, he did, but we got time. Don't worry about it. We're a little behind. We're a little ahead of schedule this time.
It's all good. All right, Mike, 2-pack for you today.
All right, there's a 2-pack of nuggets for you. Nick's Nuggets on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Just go to 97.3 ESPN on YouTube, and you can watch the show live each and every day. All right? Coming up, I'll tell you what I do think is going to happen from this Morey thing. I think you're going to hear a lot of stuff starting to come out from all over the place of just things that he tried to do that maybe got squashed by ownership, and I think you're going to hear a whole heck of a lot of stuff. By the way, according to, speaking of which, this just popped up in my feed, actually. According to Sixers Adam Aronson, Daryl Morey reportedly tried to trade for Brandon Podzinski, but the Warriors rejected his offer. Among the other players the source said the Sixers made runs at unsuccessfully were Najee Marshall of the Dallas Mavericks, Dante DiVincenzo of the Minnesota Timberwolves, Brandon Podzinski of the Golden State Warriors, and Ryan Dunn of the Phoenix Suns. None of those players were moved. I'll have to read the article, but that was an aggregated spot there. So we'll see some things, I think, coming out over the next couple of days here now. Morey will start saying, well, I tried to do this, but they wouldn't, yada, yada, yada. So buckle up, everybody. More Sports Bash on the way, 97.3 ESPN. All right, 5:33, Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Eagles will play in London against Jacksonville. October 11th, Week 5. The full schedule comes out tomorrow night. We'll react to it on Friday. There's something about the schedule coming out and where they are at what time of the year and working trips around it and all that stuff that makes you excited about the fact that, hey, man, the schedule's out. Football feels like it's getting closer, right? You get a little bit of that feel to it. So that's all tomorrow. I like the Eagles playing in London. I'm a fan of the international games. I know a lot of people are like, I don't care that the games are in London. It doesn't do anything for me. I like a 9:30 in the morning football game. And I like my team playing at 9:30 in the morning. I got the rest of the day to myself. 9:30, game's over by like noon. I'm in. You in on that, Josh? You like the 9:30 Eagle game?
See, I'm with the people who are just indifferent. I don't care what time my team's playing. I'm watching.
You go up for the international games?
Of course. Now, of course, half those mornings. Well, of course, half those mornings I'm been with Billy Schweim in the locker room somewhere in South Jersey. So
yeah,
I'm sitting there setting up Billy's show direct while I got the game on over my shoulder.
Yeah,
so,
it's good to have the game on.
Yeah, it's a good distraction.
Yeah, I like the international games. 9:30, you get the coffee, get the game on. You're getting your fantasy ready for the rest of the day. I like it. Eagles, Jags. So a couple of years ago, we had all the opponents, and we made the schedule that we wanted the Eagles to have. Like, what would be the schedule that how you would want it all mapped out? And I remember it was like 2014 or something like that. I think this year they're going to end up with the maximum primetime games, which is what, 6?
I think it's 6. I'll double check.
So I think you're going to see the Eagles play on every night. Everybody has to play a Thursday night game. I think they'll have Thursday night, 2 Mondays, probably 2 Sundays, and then you're going to get some other wonky thing. They're already on Thanksgiving. Last year they played on Black Friday. I don't think they're going to have that this year. They haven't announced the Black Friday game yet. But they do have a new game this year that's on Thanksgiving Eve that they announced today. It's what did I say? It was the Packers and the Rams?
Yeah, Packers and Rams. So
Thanksgiving Eve.
So according to CBS Sports, Jonathan Jones, and SI's Albert Breer, you can schedule a maximum number of 7 primetime games.
7.
But there's a but. You can have up to 8 because you could always have somebody flexed in. So you could finish the year with 8, but you only can walk into the year with 7.
Okay, so you can get flexed into 1.
Correct.
Yeah. I think the Eagles are going to get to 7.
Well, we already know a couple of them because...
Do they count as primetime games?
What?
Like Thanksgiving and an international game?
I don't think so. According to what I'm reading over here, it says the official limit, it says plus there are additional standalone games. So Thanksgiving and Christmas are called standalone games.
Yeah.
They're not called primetime games.
Right. The primetime games would be like Thursday night, Monday night, and Sunday night.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, we already know everyone gets at least one Sunday, one Thursday, one Monday night.
I'll tell you why, okay? This is why I think that's going to happen. Look at the opponents. So I think you can see Eagles-Rams. That's a primetime game, right?
Probably. One of the nights.
Eagles-Seahawks.
Probably.
Eagles-Cowboys.
I mean, that feels
Actually, no. They're doing the one game on no, because that game will be on Fox. So
Yes.
Fox gets their Eagles-Cowboys
Right, so
game.
it could be NBC.
Right, so because normally I would say, nah, the one game's on Thanksgiving. Fox isn't going to give this one up, but they got the one on Thanksgiving.
Right.
So Eagles-Cowboys would be like a Sunday night or a Monday night.
Correct.
So that's 3. Eagles-49ers.
I think that's a maybe. We have to find out. San Francisco's getting a lot of weird things with their schedule. They're going out of the country
They're going to
multiple
Australia
times.
and Mexico.
And Mexico. And how many other times are they going to mess with their schedule? So we got to figure that out.
Okay, I could see an Eagles-Bears.
I could see that as well.
It's got like a Monday night feel to it.
The Bears actually have the hardest schedule in 2026.
I could see an Eagles-Commanders or Eagles-Giants as usual on like a Thursday night.
I could see both.
That's a 5-way. Eagles-Houston.
Maybe. Does Houston have the cachet?
No, but it could be like a Thursday night game. Now, if I said the other one in the division's a Thursday nighter, you wouldn't probably play 2 Thursday nighters. But you know what they could do to the Eagles, like they did to the Cowboys last year? You play on Thanksgiving, and then you play again the next Thursday.
Well, are the Eagles playing the Texans a good omen? Because the last time they played on Thursday Night Football, the Phillies were in the World Series.
They were in the World Series, right. So there's like a bunch of – they have so many high-profile games this year that I could see a lot of primetime games. I was thinking about this. I was like, man, they play the Rams. They play the Seahawks. They play the Texans. They play the Steelers, another high-profile team. They play Chicago. They play 49ers. Then you have Dallas, New York, and the Commanders. I mean, you have a lot of games that the prime timers are going to say, we'll take that game.
I can count at least 5 off the top of my head.
The Rams, the Seahawks, the Bears, the 49ers, Dallas.
Right.
Those 5. And then New York and Washington.
So now you're at 7. That's how you get to 7.
Right. But then you also have Pittsburgh, Houston. I mean, Carolina made the playoffs last year.
I just don't see, again, unless it's a Thursday night, like you said, unless it's a Thursday night game, or there's this scenario.
I think Monday night, too, is you could put like, hey, 2 playoff teams.
You can. Although I don't think they're doing the double headers on Monday night anymore.
No, they're not.
But here's what they could do. They could schedule the 7 games we're talking about, but then the 8th game could maybe be one of those flex weekends like in December they do every year where it's like, you know, they're kind of like these games are like TBDs for that weekend, and then they could get shoved into like an 8 o'clock slot.
Well, I'm just saying, I think they have a lot of high-profile matchups. That's why I think they could have the full brigade of primetime games.
Right.
Because of the amount of high-profile teams. You have your division, which is already high-profile. Dallas, New York, Washington.
Right. It's arguably the
Rams,
most high-profile division.
Rams, Seahawks. So you have the Rams who you've battled with in the playoffs.
Yep.
Seahawks, the defending Super Bowl champions. Houston won their division. Pittsburgh is a high-profile team that has
49ers.
National appeal. 49ers. Bears, who you played on Black Friday last year and won, you know, there was a playoff team.
Yeah.
So I think there are a lot of matchups that are already built in to make you have a lot of high-profile games this year. So if you're a fan of the Sunday at 1, I would say your Sunday at 1 o'clock games, you'll have probably the Giants, maybe a Washington, Indianapolis, maybe Carolina. Arizona is on the road, so that's probably going to be a 4 o'clock game out there. 4:05, not 4:25.
Exactly.
Your road game against Tennessee, that would be a 1 o'clock game. So you're only looking at a handful of 1 o'clock.
I was going to say maybe only 4.
Tennessee,
Carolina.
Arizona. Arizona is a 1 o'clock there game.
Right, but it's not 1 o'clock.
It's
here.
not a national window, right? Your home games are Dallas, the Giants, Washington. So I think Washington or New York, you probably get, like, if it's late in the year, too, it's a 1 o'clock or a Saturday, you can get one of those. Does that count?
Yes, Saturday usually play them at 4 when it's the Eagles.
Yeah, it's like a 4 and an 8.
Yeah.
They do that. Although this year they're doing that week 15.
Right.
They're putting a single game on a Saturday in week 15 this year.
Right. Could Eagles-Giants be the single game?
I feel
on
like
that
it's always
set?
Washington.
You think it's going to be
They
Washington?
always play Washington, it feels like, on a Saturday. But this year they're doing a single game week 15.
The only reason why I say Giants is because I think a lot of people are going to be interested in the first year of John Harbaugh.
Yeah, I definitely think they have some cachet, and it's Eagles-Giants. I mean, it's still a big, rivalry game, and now bringing Harbaugh into the mix adds to it because you have the Harbaugh, and bringing the Giants back. The question is, do you want that game to be in a primetime spot or a single game spot later in the year if the Giants aren't that good?
Right. So maybe you schedule the Giants earlier in the year for the Eagles.
That's why I think they could be on a Thursday night. You get a division game. You get Philadelphia and New York, but it's early in the year. Now, keep in mind, the Eagles going to London, we would imagine that the Eagles' bye week would be week 6. So if you're looking to make plans, that would be October the 18th would be the Sunday. Because the 11th they'll be in London.
Correct.
And a lot of times if you play in London, the next week you would get the bye week.
Correct.
So it's funny because I was looking for what the Eagles' bye week might be, and when that came out yesterday, I said, "Oh, it looks like the Eagles are going to have a October bye week," because there was something I was looking to do possibly in the month of October. I said, maybe if the Eagles have a bye week, I could fit it in. If it was the next week, it would be much more helpful. But I guess not. So we'll see this whole schedule tomorrow. I do want to hear some of this Rick Tocchet stuff. He spoke today, and, of course, a lot of the conversation was regarding Michkov. And where is this going to go? I am fascinated on what's going to happen with Michkov.
Well, what I think is interesting as we get into this is that, Mike, Tocchet took a very positive approach to Michkov, because the first initial question he was asked about was about the idea that, basically, like, what is your takeaway from him coming off of this year? And Tocchet kind of wanted to keep highlighting the fact of how young he was.
Have you seen enough in terms of the skill and the vision to believe that he could become still a high-end top?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the kid wants it. Don't get me wrong. But, we have to understand he's 21 years old. He wants it, and we have the tools to help him. And that's a thing that this summer, for him, and he's already got all these different plans, which is great. And we have these tools that can help him. So we got to remember he's 21 years old.
So the age thing, I mean, he still had like 50-some points this year in a year that most people kind of look at as a disappointment. If you're the Flyers, he is 21 years old. Are you, like, willingly going to give him up this offseason? I got to question that. But
yeah,
I can also see that, I mean, I haven't heard any of this Tocchet stuff, but I wonder if Tocchet really thinks that Michkov fits.
Well, he didn't say that he fits, but he did go on to say that basically he views Michkov like he views any young NHL player.
Is there the vision? Yes. Is there something that he needs to improve? Of course. I think there's something he can work on this summer. Separation, speed, all that, shot, all that stuff he can work on. But it's not just him. Every young guy, I could carbon copy the exact same thing. You have to be able to improve on all different areas, but he does want to improve.
Okay, he does want to improve. It's easy to say. Does he believe that? Does Tocchet believe that? Does Tocchet, because quite frankly, I don't think there was a lot of resistance from Tocchet to scratch him.
No, but I think part of it is also because it was maybe easy to scratch him because of the fact that you have the matchups that you had in the postseason.
Well, there's been a lot of, reporting that, the front office really likes Michkov. He's kind of their guy.
Correct.
And this is a front office like, hey, this is one of the guys that we picked, and we really need him to kind of work out for us.
Well, this is the part,
especially after the Cutter Gauthier.
Right, exactly. You don't want to end up with a second top draft pick, go to another team and flourish.
Right.
Cutter Gauthier gets excused because he's kind of the Flyers' version of J.D. Drew. But Tocchet did go on to say there's a narrative about Michkov that is incorrect.
I know there's a bit of a narrative, like with the coach, like the coaches, and he's in the meetings. Like he's one of the guys that goes grabs Yogi. Hey Yogi, let's go watch the power play. He's one of those self starters where he wants it, but I think he's learning to understand certain things and how we do things around here. And like I said, he's a spoke in the wheel, and he's a big spoke for us if we can develop him.
If we can develop him. So he's acknowledging that if we can develop him, that and listen, he's 21 years old. He's not a finished product by any stretch of the imagination. But I think that's a big key there. Does Tocchet think that they can develop him? Is there something more than we're seeing?
I think there definitely is more than what we've seen so far. It's just a matter of, as Tocchet said, can we get it out of him? The other part is he said, he's got to learn our stuff. You have to wonder, Michkov, this is only his second year in the NHL. He wasn't supposed to come over as early as he did. How much of what is going on?
Would you say he was better last year?
I mean, I think he's better last year, but I think that maybe, the first year he was just kind of like, this is new, this is fun. And it came in this year and maybe it was more of a reality check.
Well, he came in out of shape because maybe he thought, hey, I got this thing figured out.
Well, he also was in that car accident. There's a lot of speculation that he may have tried to use the car accident as an excuse when he came into camp. But listen, I did think it was interesting because Tocchet finally was asked about, hey, you benched him for the final game of the year, and Tocchet pushed back against when him being asked about them benching him.
We just got to let this kid breathe because I think he's made a lot of strides. I can't talk for last year, but I can talk for this year that he's made some strides. I mean, he's already, I think he skated yesterday. He's got it's almost like a vengeance tour. And I love that. I think every player should have some kind of motivation in their head to prove anybody wrong. I think that's really important.
Well, listen, I think that's going to be a very interesting storyline throughout the year. By the way, last year, Michkov, 63 points. He was a minus 18. This year, 51 points. He was a 0. So his plus-minus, he evened out this year. And I think that's been one of the frustrations with him is his unwillingness, per se, to forecheck and defend.
I would also say, though, that, and I'm not trying to, make any excuses for the guy because, coming into camp out of shape is just ridiculous. But I will say they don't do a lot of defense and forechecking in Russia. Russian hockey is not exactly known for their defense. So maybe there is something to the extent of, hey, let the kid breathe, let him learn American hockey, and maybe he'll be better next year.
All right, well, we're going to definitely be keeping an eye on that. That is a big story for the Flyers going into this offseason and how busy they will be to try to improve a roster that now has expectations on them. We'll close out the show coming up next. All right, wrapping things up on this Wednesday edition. Hey, we will be at Ventnor Social a week from today. Make plans to stop on out and see us for our Phillies day game watch parties, which we'll be doing throughout the summer. And, of course, if you stop on out, you'll have a chance to win a trip to go see the Phillies play against the Orioles at Camden Yards. Just stop out, fill out the form, drop it in the box, hang out with us. That's all you need to do. We'll be there on Wednesday, a week from today, when the Phillies play the Cincinnati Reds. Stop out Wednesday, Ventnor Social, and see us. By the way, this weekend, if you're a fan of the PGA Championship is coming to Philadelphia at Aronimink Golf Club. Coverage on Saturday starts at 3, Sunday at 2 on 97.3 ESPN. We have the PGA. I am Mike Gill. This has been the Sports Bash. We'll do it again tomorrow, friends. See ya.